Is it? Where's my live one gone? Oh, I tell you what, it's on the main screen, isn't it? There you go. We are live. Logic night. I'll wait for people to come. Today, Logic. Get it all shared out. Everybody, get it shared out. Music. Anybody got any? I haven't quite got the new one finished yet. But I guess I could put it
Nug
out.
Life is fine with me.
I don't know whether I got Nug Life in there. You know, to be honest, let's have a look. No. Not put Nug Life in there. But I'll do one chance. Here we go.
Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in a matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
Right. Finished. Do we need to go into the other room? Or are we okay? Reckon we can handle it in here? I don't think we're going to get anybody coming in anyway. Welcome. Logic night. Some more people popping in. I want to get started before we get going on this. We're going back to first principles of logic, thanks to Saragaki. He's not even here today. Be missing out. See whether he comes in. So today we're going to go over the fundamentals, the basics, the first principles of logic, because it seems like some people are jumping the gun and getting a bit more advanced and taking it to places where some people may not understand what's going on within the logic. So before we go destroying any logic or doing things like that, or attempting to, we decided it's a better idea to go back to the first principles, like we always do. We'll keep doing this. This will be a regular thing, going back to first principles to get a grip on what we're doing again. So within logic, is everyone here? You all right, guys? Everything okay? I'm in the Agents Live chat if you wanting to do that. Get it shared out. Let's get it. I guess everybody's already in here, though, the ones that are doing this. Is the sound okay? Everything good over there? I think we're live on Twitch, obviously live in Discord. If you want to come in, come and get involved.
YouTube and Discord sound great.
Thank you very much. Put the chat out. You know how to use all of the bots or whatever in the chat.
I've checked the 2 Twitch feeds. They sound good.
Sweet. Hi, Eric. Should we do a chat? Gadget, Colin, Dinosaur, SE. I've heard other people do this. Eric, hi all. Thanks. Right, so this is logic first principles. And the idea of this is just to go over the idea of what logic is and why logic and all of that. Because people seem to think it's something that's wrote down in a book, right? And there's some sort of definitive edition of logic that was taught by some dude, Sir Alfred the Great, that, you know, like you have to do that. But that's not really what logic is. Logic is a way of reasoning reality, and it's based on these three main tenets of thought, or you know, like a way of processing, right? So they're quite simple, a bit like the Euclid geometry sort of thing. So you've got, first off, number one is the law of identity. Go over these a bit more, right? So A is A, meaning everything is the same as itself. Everything has an identity, and it is that is its identity. Then you've got number two, the law of non-contradiction. It's sometimes wrote the law of contradiction, where not A and not A. Nothing can both exist and not exist at the same time and in the same respect. Or no statement is both true and false. You can't have something that contradicts itself within an argument, or like within a way to understand things. But one to keep an eye out for, right? Definitely. And then number 3 is the law of excluded middle, which means it's either A or not A. There's no middle ground in between the two. Right? Something either exists or it does not exist, or every statement is either true or false. So when you formulate in the logic and you're going forward with a statement, that statement either has to be true or false. Otherwise, it's not classed as a statement. Right? There's no maybes within this particular logic that we're dealing with. This is deductive, right? It's there is either, these 3 laws are going. So I'll try and we'll go over them. It says laws of logic. You may call them laws of logic, or don't. Laws of logic can be used to provide a system for reaching a logical conclusions. This system is called deductive reasoning, and deductive reasoning is one of the cornerstones of the study of geometry. It's because it's deductive. It's there is an answer, and it's because it's framed upon all of these particular laws going forward. So number 1. Wait a minute. Let's see whether there was a. That's reflection, so we'll go over them afterwards, right? So all of these, they keep referring back to Aristotle, but I mean, just some dude who came up with these ideas. Whether that's, it's up to you to take these on or not take them on, but this is the idea of it. So the law number 1, the law of identity. Each thing is inseparable from itself, and its being one just meant this. Metaphysics. I mean, I don't like the idea of metaphysics. A thing that is just itself and something else, e.g. a soccer ball is a soccer ball and not a kitchen stove. Sometimes expressed as A equals A. I don't think we won't be doing much of that, but I mean, these are just the basic laws of identity, right? It says, note the fact that we can use a book for a doorstop does not mean it is not a book. Its use does not contradict the law of identity. What a thing is and how it is used are 2 different issues. So, I mean, like, it something just is what it is and not something else within the law of identity. Law number 2, the law of contradiction. The other one calls it law of non-contradiction. Should become apparent in a minute. The same attribute cannot be the same time belong and not belong to the same subject and in the same respect. I mean, that's metaphysics. They don't half-word these things really weird. E.g., my cup cannot be blue and not blue at the same time. Can't contradict yourself. Like in I would say, you cannot have a straight line being a circle. Just one of the geometric ways. They're totally different things. Or you can't have a square being a circle. Also the law of identity, right? It's the way that things are what they are and they can't be something else. sort of back each other up. A cannot be A and not A at the same time in the same way. Respect. No, things may have and not have the same attributes in different ways, e.g. man is the most intelligent creature compared to animals, but he is not intelligent compared to God. So man is both intelligent compared to animals and not intelligent compared to God. There is no contradiction because intelligent is being used in different ways. And then did we get number 3?
Excuse me?
Yo.
What if you don't believe in God?
It's just a way to explain the thing. You can understand that God is an all-powerful being, right, with ultimate knowledge. At least in the concept of it. Even if that God's science, right? Ooh, right? You believe in science. Science is all-knowing. Just replace it for science.
But science doesn't prove things.
Yeah.
Fucking idiots.
Right, and here's the last one, the law of excluded middle. The law of excluded middle says that the statement is either true or false. For example, my hair is brown. It is either true or false that my hair is brown. Another example, I am pregnant. I'm not. The statement is either true or false. Since I am male, it is not possible for me to be pregnant. Therefore, the statement is false. If I were a female, it would be possible for me to be pregnant, given normal bodily conditions. A woman...
Well, crazy people says that you can be a male and get pregnant nowadays.
Yeah, you can't.
That's tough. I know.
Yeah. I mean,
there's a voice I haven't heard in a while.
However sexist or whatever this old school logic would be, the law of the excluded middle would still apply. See, a woman is not kind of pregnant. She either is or is not pregnant. That would apply for males too, right? There's no kind of... The male would either be pregnant or not pregnant. More likely not pregnant if you were male. Law of excluded middle is important because it helps us deal in absolutes. This is particularly important in a society where relativism is promoted and truth statements are denied. Ooh, let me read that again. This is particularly important in a society where relativism is promoted and truth statements are denied. So, the law of the excluded middle is the... well, I mean, all three of them go together. They're like a trifecta, aren't they? You think of all of them together. Identity, A is A. And then you've got the law of non-contradiction, where it's not A and not A. Right? You can't be A and not A. And then the other one is you've got to be either A or not A. There's no middle ground in between. So it's all about the same thing, really. It's all about A. The actual subject that you're talking about. You've got to be clear. This is where minding the P's and Q's come in. To make sure all of these things are crossed and checked. And make sure you've not missed any of them out. Particularly important when you're talking about lines and planes and stuff like that. Whether you're talking about horizontal planes and not confusing that with lines. The law of identity, just getting it switched. I see Saragaki's come. I can remember we said this the other day, we're going to have to go over this, but there was a specific reason, wasn't there? Can you remember what that was? Like why we said, because over the conversations that we've had over the last few days that have turned out to be about this sort of stuff, it's strange that we have to go back to the fundamentals of logic, to these three basic Can you remember what that was, Saragaki?
I'm trying to think, but I can't like specifically pinpoint what we were talking about at the time. But I do remember us saying that yes, it's going to be really important for the future of this discussion or whatever we want to call it to go over them, because they are, like you say, they are the foundations, the three foundational rules that you need to follow. And it's not because somebody said so. You have to follow this because somebody said so. It's because of the absolutes we're dealing with. Like you say, it is either A or it is not A, for example. And a lot of people tend to break these laws of thought on the regular, So, yeah, I would say having this as a solid foundation for your own logic is very, very important.
Yeah, I've got this one here. The last one is these reflections on the rules of logic. It says, according to Aristotle, like I don't like the idea of going to like Aristotle wasn't some brilliant dude. He was just another dude, right? So according to this dude, the laws of logic are not man-made prescriptions, but are rules of reality, i.e., if we violate them, we will reach false conclusions about the real world. They are necessary, unchangeable, non-arbitrary, and not normative, changeable and arbitrary rules. So these laws of logic are what govern reality, right? These are the basis of our understanding of reality. If you break these rules, then you are likely to have a swayed idea of what reality is. Again, very important, like Saragaki says. These are the foundational blocks that you build everything up on. So if we're talking about anything and anybody spots any of these a breakage of within it, like, please speak up. We want to know at every step of the way if anybody sees any violations of any of these things. Like, let us know, because we're dealing about reality here. We've got to be thorough with everything. So the traffic law is a normative rule, i.e. the government can change it. The law of non-contradiction is necessary, i.e. if you try and violate it, you will get into trouble with reality. No government can change it, e.g. it is true that either there is or there is not a car coming towards you as you cross the street. It can't be both are true or neither. Can't be both true. That doesn't really make sense. I don't know who wrote that. But it makes sense that, these laws, as you go, and especially in the bit that we're in, where you're trying to have a discussion with someone, that if if you know you're in a discussion with someone and they are breaking these laws, then, I mean, how much of a discussion could you carry on having? And are you going to be dealing with somebody in reality, or have they removed themselves from reality, being able to break these laws of logic? I don't know. I choose not to. But like, as we know, there's always these pitfalls in nearly every argument, especially where we've been, that most of these laws are broken daily on a basis. Yeah, daily. We've just had somebody in here having a conversation with us that was just throwing these laws out the window. And it's interesting having conversations with people that can do that. But I mean, it does get old talking to people that aren't in reality with you at the same time as you're having a discussion.
It definitely does. And like personally, and I'm sure others could relate to this, is if somebody points out that you are breaking the laws of thought or using another fallacious way of reasoning your way to a conclusion, somebody points that out to me personally, then I am happy for it, because if I have overlooked something and used a fallacy, then I'm gonna go down the wrong path with my conclusions. So if somebody is nice enough to point out to me that I've made an error in judgment, then to me that's a good thing, personally.
Yeah, I welcome anybody. If anybody spots any of these things with any of the arguments that we have, I welcome the discussion about it. That's what I think logic is. Logic is the discussion, the argument generated around these statements and how you place them together to formulate the logic. And the argument is the discussion around that formulation. Always with the goal of ending up with a both valid and sound logical statement at the end of it. And in order to do that, you have to apply all of these rules at all times, every step of the way, and try and formulate the logic into a coherent thing. And ideally, it should be simplified to make it understandable too, I would like to say. Although, as we deal with the advanced simplicity, there's always hidden depth to what seems to be a simple statement.
We have some like what's it called, sayings that goes along with these laws of thought, like comparing apples to oranges is one of these sayings that directly relate back to the law of identity in this case. And like it's used in like commonly used language. We have these sayings that is built on this, so it is kind of understood within the language we're using, but then it's up to the person to spot it themselves.
Yeah. Yeah. It's good though, because it's a mind game. And when you realise these little tricks are everywhere. I mean, people accuse us of playing those tricks when we just talk about reality. And so far, I think that happened today twice. Where we were accused of playing tricks when obviously the trick's already been performed in the minds of people already. There's some good conversations going on at the minute though. When because all of this sort of stuff is with an aid. The idea of the logic and the way it's formulated is to end up with a proof that the end goal of these logical statements living in reality is to end up with a way to formulate a proof that you can follow through in reality to give you proof in reality. So the logic is the way to formulate the idea in order to live within reality, as like the formulation with the law of identity and all of that. These are reality laws. Then you formulate a proof within reality at the end of this, with the truth statements are both valid and sound, and it's true, it's obviously true. Then that's where proofs are generated. Now those proofs are generated in reality. There's no other place for these proofs to exist. And there's no reason for you to be doing and formulating this logic based on all of these laws, which aren't wrote down by man. They are natural laws. Laws of being able to govern the logic of reality and understanding at the end of it. So if we can gain proofs in reality and formulate that through the logic, then that's where we're going. Getting a bit deep. But all of this stuff these are the foundations that you start building everything up on. We've got some great t-shirt logic that's causing the stir, which it is causing the stir that it was meant to. And through the ideas of the people looking at the t-shirt logic, looking at the horizontals and the parallels and the plane, it takes people into the realm of geometry, which links them back to the proofs and the reality and the logic. It's all one in the same. We've developed this over quite a couple of years, but this is perhaps one of the most complete packages of an argument most people have ever seen. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to help and bring people with us on this journey, and to give them the same foundations that we all should have been given. Like when you get this logic and you understand it, it's already there. It's almost as though you already knew it, because you probably did. It's not wrote down by man or anything. This is like a natural law type thing. You instinctively know this is true when you start looking into it. You know, this is definitely the way forward within the logic, and to drive the discussion forward. There's going to be a group of people that can't come because this is too painful. It requires dropping the model and just dealing with reality. There's only one reality, and that's all that the logic dictates. Well, I mean, does it dictate? Yeah, I guess it does. I guess the logic dictates what logic is, not somebody's edition of within a book. And it's all going to be based around the fact that horizontal, we call it a straight line, but I mean everybody knows it's a plane. Or I guess everybody should know why it's a plane. Maybe the wording of the arguments may have helped people. Yes, Eric. Eric says the root of the problem for globe geometry doesn't match reality. For globe defenders, bending horizontal is the only option. That's right, but you can't bend it. It's the problem, because they want to make it into a non-developable surface. Oh, Yossi seems to be upset that the laws of logic are not natural laws. I don't know who else has wrote them, Yossi. That's an interesting statement from the chat. Anyone up for discussion?
You should try reading Jem's chat. It's quite funny, the amount of stuff Yossi's writing about you.
Oh, right. Obsessed. Thank you very much,
Very
Yossi.
much obsessed.
Get in there.
But thank you for watching.
Yeah. Spread it around. Logic night. Next level. So what would everybody else say to that? If we were to say, what's law number 1? Let's have a look. The law of identity. Each thing is inseparable from itself.
The law of non-contradiction.
Something can't be like a straight line and a circle. Like Yoshi doesn't seem to think that those are natural laws. They just are.
Like
Yoshi,
a cat cannot be a dog,
yeah.
For example.
Yeah.
Something like that, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would have said that is ungovernable, right? You can't change that. It's nice, though. Nice you'd thought. I guess that goes to show the similar sort of thing that we had earlier when they were saying that you can't prove anything in reality. And, like, you know, there's no such thing as a straight line in reality. Seems to, you know, that sort of general idea. Relativism, right? Did it say that in here? What was that?
Yeah, I would agree that these are, like, you don't have to call them laws necessarily. It's just the label we put on these things. But like as he said, like a cat is not a dog, right? Or the opposite way, however you said it. And that is preeminent. Before I said it out loud, it was still the case, you know. So I don't know what to say about that. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, you know.
I mean, if you want to use it as a semantical thing and say they're not, you know, like most people commonly don't call them laws or natural or what, But I mean, this is logic that we're dealing with. Like, I don't think people wrote it down and then logic was born into existence. Like, the logic was always there. It's up to you to find it. You know, to pick these pieces out of it. I mean, it comes to you. So, yeah, I don't...
Absolutely. It's like saying water, established level, right? Now, is it when man realized that? Or was it always like that?
Yeah. Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? Well, it's not
for me.
Not for me
Not for
either.
me.
These are fundamental things, which may not always be apparent at the beginning, right? Until you told them, and then it makes sense. It's almost as if you already you go like, well, yeah, or normal people do, as we're finding out at the minute. Just because you say that will cause some way of maybe we're living in the Matrix, you know? Maybe there's somewhere in between the on-off switch where it's both on and off at the same time. Maybe you get a bit of leeway for a straight line could be a circle over there where you can't see it. There's a lot of that creeping in, isn't there? Like this bit here that says, this is particularly important in a society where relativism is promoted and truth statements are denied. It's the idea of the law of excluded middle. If you can exclude the middle in your statement, and then it's either truthful or not truthful, and it's just a matter of working out which is which. That's the idea of logic. You put statements after each other and see whether they contradict. Check whether you've got your P's and your Q's all sorted. See whether it makes sense. Luckily, we've got a group of people here that will help go through that sort of thing and be honest. Not pat you on the back when you're obviously doing the wrong thing. Just let you know you might not be on the right path. And I'm thankful for it. I like the idea of people around checking us. With nobody here is part of under any rule. Everyone here is an individual that has their own part in all of this. The law of identity applies here on this server. There's no group mentality. Although a lot of people might get threatened by the server or some of the people that are on it. We're all really easy to talk to. You can come in at any point. Come and have a chat.
We have been doing these logic nights for a while, and I believe it was the second one that we had over at Geo's months and months ago, which we focused that evening on going over each other's logical statements and picking it apart specifically. So yeah, it's definitely true that we will correct each other if needed.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll have to get back to all of those sort of things within the, within the logic and all of that.
Yeah, remember I had my own logical statement. It was awesome.
Yeah, you remember it?
I think so. Let me try.
Go on.
So, if a vertical is perpendicular to a horizontal, then all verticals along that horizontal are parallel. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Sounds pretty logical to me.
Yeah, and it's based in Euclidean geometry too, so I can't fault you.
Which is based in reality.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
Yep. Like that thing says that the laws of logic can be used to provide a system for reaching a logical conclusions. This system is called deductive reasoning. Deductive reasoning is one of the cornerstones of the study of geometry. Deductive reasoning has all of those three laws at the heart of it, and that's why it is deductive. Gives you definite answers at the end, either confirms or denies the statement at the beginning, which can only either be true or false, as stated through the laws of excluded middle. So the actual logic is the key to building an argument, which is going to be the end of probably most of the discussions around here. That's why a lot of people won't be tuning in. Will not be as popular as we used to be coming up soon. Because these arguments that we have come from reality, and they upset a lot of people. They can't hear it. It's painful, this logic. And some of the discussions we have been having just recently, although there's a lot of people that are backing away from coming and talking to us. I think there's people that have just been coming around recently have exposed themselves as strange with the denial of reality and denial of proofs in reality, and even denials of reality, denials of the understanding of reality. Lots of talk about a model. And the dislike of a group of people that people want to associate us with. Which I don't mind. I don't mind being associated with anybody, right? But I mean, like I said, we all are individuals here. And there's no need for anybody to associate us with any groups, because we all are individuals. But I mean, there's no problem with anybody being in part of any group. Not me personally, but it's not a good way to start an argument. I don't think. It shouldn't come into the argument what groups you perceive somebody else may be belonging to.
It seems they're afraid of this particular group here. Like, I'm having a side chat with Farmer's Boy and WS about water and curving, and I'm telling him, come on, right now, we're doing logic night. We can discuss it live. But they won't come on.
No. Well, I mean, if you want to bring somebody on, and anybody wants to come on, and have a particular talk with somebody who's in here, then, you know.
Because they're cowards.
Well, we could all get mic control. Nobody's going to jump on anybody. Nobody's going to be...
You hear that, farmers or WS?
Yeah, no matter what the feelings you have for anybody over here, just if you want to talk about the argument or bring up any points about anything, we can all have that civil discussion. That's what we're all about.
He wants to talk Euclid. I told him, you want to talk Euclid, man? This is the place.
It's
right
logic.
Here. This is Euclid Central. Come on over and talk. But first, because he wants to have this conversation with me, but all this started with curving water. So I told him, you answer me first. Well, I was the one that asked, right? So you answer me about curving water, and then we'll have a Euclid discussion. And I told him then, I'm not really the guy to do it with, but I'll do it with you if you like. And he shows me a drop of water.
A drop?
A drop, yeah.
Nice.
Now I put it to everybody out there. Is that sufficient to show that on their model water curves? He shows me a drop of water. Obviously, you know what we mean by that, right, WS? What you mean by that. On your ocean, certain distance, the curve, and the boats disappear, right? And you're showing me a water droplet? Like I said, you want to discuss water? I'm your man. You want to discuss Euclid? Well, take your choice. We'll leave Bev out because I know you're terrified of him, but how about DP? Or Spot On?
Yeah,
Don't be afraid.
Both of those are good choices.
I told him we can accommodate him. You want to talk water? You want to talk Euclid? Heck, you want to talk about space, fantasy, La La Land? I'm your guy. I'll talk to you about that too if you want.
T-shirt logic.
T-shirt logic, yeah. That's one of my favorites, yeah.
I think I got some money. I think I'll be getting mine. I might order it tomorrow. Yes,
So it's not an echo chamber. It's an open invitation to you, Farmer's Boy, to you, WS. Come and challenge us anytime.
Have a discussion about geometry, right? I mean, the beauty of the geometry is there's no debating it. It's already been done. It's sorted. So it's just a discussion about it. And because it's about proofs, it's dead easy to prove what you're talking about. Really easy. So anybody wants to come and have a discussion about Euclid, then just come and have the discussion. Bring your stuff and let's talk about it. If anybody here can learn anything from anybody, that's what we're here for. Right, guys? Everyone here is after learning, right?
Absolutely, yeah.
There's no ganging up on anybody or doing anything about that. If you want to come with an argument or a discussion about anything to do with geometry or logic, let's come. Let's have a discussion. That's all it is. It's talking, it's words. But we know it's troubling for a group of people. But they can't hide forever. We are going to be talking to normal people, everyday people, with the stuff we've got. It's not tricks. There's no magic tricks in what we do. This is just basic, simple logic. And you'd be amazed by the results that we're going to end up getting. start on the 12. Because like we said, when we gave Beddy the t-shirt logic, it wasn't really t-shirt logic then. Well, I guess it was. I guess we called it t-shirt logic because we made it for the t-shirt. But we've made many things for t-shirt. It was just a catchy name, which I hope everybody's going to pick up on.
You're not going to believe this, bro.
Go on.
WS just posted proof measured water curve, and guess what he used as that?
The drop of water.
Rakia's bridge.
Wow, 28-meter hump.
Yeah, the skateboard paradox.
Wow. He might need Jesse Kozlowski to come back then and to explain to everybody exactly how he did it.
Wow. Measured curved water. He puts proof. The people that took GPS, put it on the roof of a car and drove over Rakia's bridge.
A 28.5-meter hump. Measured.
In the middle, yes.
A vertical, a rise. From the vertical.
From horizontal, vertical. Wow.
Yeah, you best just get him to check. That would be measured 28, right? Is that measured vertical, measured the 28, or is it a drop from the horizontal measured? Because that does say 28.5 meters. You best make sure that he does mean a vertical, because, a vertical hump measured in the middle is fantastic.
By the way, I invited WS personally and farmers over in chat, so don't think we're talking about them.
I don't know whether WS... there's not many people banned from this server, but WS will be one of them.
But I'm sure if he wants to come over, we'll make an exception.
Well, I don't know whether we can get rid of that.
Oh,
ban.
Okay. Well, maybe we can go over to... what's that other one we have called?
Nips.
Nips, that's the one, yeah.
DP, is WS on over at Nips, or... I'm unsure as to what DP would have, whether DP's allowed. But I mean, yeah, anywhere. If they want to have a discussion about anything in particular.
So you're willing to have it with him anywhere, correct?
Yeah.
On the record, WS, you hear that? I don't want to hear you saying any more excuses of running or you're banned. Anywhere you want to do it. Name the place, name the time, and let's see if we can accommodate you. I had enough of this guy.
Could I point out something? And I really don't want to muddy the waters, so I hope you understand where I'm going with this. But we had a guy in here, I think 2 days ago, and he dropped some really fuzzy and fallacious logic, yet he ended up with the correct conclusion. And that is something that can happen. You can muffle your way through it, make all the fallacies you want, and still end up with a truthful conclusion. But it's not based on the logic you've gone through. So if I can read the logic, I'll put it in chat as well. He said, if the sun is below 30,000 feet, P, that's the premise, then the Earth is not flat, Q, which is the conclusion. So he goes on to say, the sun is below 30,000 feet, therefore, keyword, the Earth is not flat. So even though it is, it doesn't follow shape of the Earth or whatever you want to call it, doesn't follow based on the height of the sun, which you cannot measure anyway. So the therefore relates back to the premise, which it doesn't actually follow, right? It is a non sequitur fallacy. But the statement at the end, the Earth is not flat, is actually true. So there is a chance that you may muffle your way through it and still end up in the correct place. But the opposite is not true. If the premise, like if the logic is valid and sound, you're not going to end up with a untrue conclusion if all the P's and Q's are checked. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that was it. We've got that video ready to go out at some point. It's a big 4-hour video of I don't know if that man's a real pilot. I'd be amazed.
Yeah, I didn't want to bring up who or what or when like that. I just focusing on the statement itself. I wanted to drop that because I need to take off for now. So I wanted to just throw it in there. Hopefully it didn't muddy the waters too much, and I will, talk to you later.
Yeah. Yeah. That's some weird logic. Weird conversations, all framed around pretty simple logical statement that we've formulated.
That quieted him down, WS, when I told him 28.5 meter hump. Wow, nice.
Yeah.
Hasn't said a word since. Mister, we're running and we're scared of him.
It's strange that they're bringing the Rakia's Bridge back into it again. Because that is where I first started. I would talk to Mick West and Soundly when I was on Twitter. And they were talking about that bridge and that lake. And that was easily a year before I came to Discord, when I was talking to those people and Jesse Kozlowski, Sly Sparkane.
Yeah, I remember when I first heard about that. Oh, man. Did I have a big smile on my face?
Yeah. Yeah, so we'd never really looked over it, but then it's one of those things that we've been talking to Jesse Kozlowski, Soundly, Mikey on the Bayou, and even George was, that was at the time when they were all pally together. Soundly, George, Larry, Jesse, the guy from Maine. All of them, they were all together. So that is what we would been researching. I obviously come from the surveying part, from the reality as well. And then Rakia obviously lives over there by the bridge. The Logos has put us all here together. In the way that we've researched all of this with the logic, the geometry, and the reality fact of all of this has all come together. That all of these arguments that these people have had for so long, it's so obvious now, they were just playing a part. There's an argument that's just been taught to people and it's gone round and round, where it's look at this picture, look at this, do this, and then look up there, and then look over there, and ooh, we're spinning, and then ooh, look back at this, there's another picture. And it's round and round and round in circular arguments. whilst all of the time at the heart of it, a very simple question is level straight or curved? Because it can be sorted out as simply as that. Geometric. You're talking about shape. Everyone's talking about shape of different things, without actually talking about how they deal with the shape of things. What geometry you're talking about? There's only one geometry in reality. That's Euclidean geometry, where straight lines are actually straight, the shortest distance between 2 points. That's why we've been nailing this home for so long. We've found a group of people that can't even agree to a straight line, the shortest distance between 2 points, being achievable in reality. They can't agree to a straight line. And that shows you how shaky their model is. They're that scared about saying the wrong thing, they cannot agree to being able to say that you can have the shortest distance between 2 points, any 2 points. And they're meant to be clever people, these people that we're talking to. They profess to be all-knowing and even laugh at us when we say things like, yeah, you can prove Pythagoras' theorem in reality by getting a right-angled triangle. In reality. They can't have that as being a proof. It's shocking. Mathematical geniuses think that somebody at some point can have wrote a book that changes the definition of a straight line, or that somebody in the future may be able to come up with some reason that a straight line isn't a straight line. They've lost the reasoning ability to understand that for themselves, that they can prove that to themselves. And when you lose the logic at that point, I don't know. I feel like you're just dealing with trolls most of the time when you're talking about that to people. You do find it hard. I mean, when talking to normal people in reality, then there's no problem. But it just seems that the people that we end up with talking to the most at the minute are people that can do fantastic things. With there's no proof on one hand. There's no such thing as a straight line, shortest distance between 2 points. But on the other hand, you can measure an angle and do wonderful things with it. So you can't prove a straight line, because the shortest distance between 2 points might not actually be a straight line. Shout out Bob the Science Guy. Shorter line than the straight line. Genius. So yeah, I mean, there's another one, another person who we should be having a discussion with about the geometry and angles and what you can and can't do with an angle. I've heard there was a few people talking today on Nathan Oakley's with Bob was having his discussion. Is whatever having a discussion in the chat? every time I'm looking, he's typing at something. He's got an essay coming, I think, hopefully. Yeah, so there's been some weird things recently, and the proofs that we've got, that we state that we have, based on simple things like straight lines and perpendiculars, they don't seem to be able to relate to reality somehow. But I would say that because derived from logic, they're derived in reality from logic. So you have to step aside from logic in order to believe the contrary. And we've got an argument, a statement, a series of statements that exposes that cog dis. Easily available, easily understandable, but it'll make you think. We start putting it on the website. Oh, that's the one thing I should put on there, isn't it? A link to the website. I'll have to add that. We got no text chat trolls today. Have we upset even them?
We have WS, but he's afraid of talking with you. He insists he wants to talk with me on book 3, definition 7.
Okay, well, yeah, if he wants to come and explain that, I mean, that's fine. Like I say,
he wants to do it in blues only.
Oh, right.
That's his condition, yeah.
He wants to talk about a definition within Euclid.
Yeah.
Right. He'd have to sort out what exactly, for what purpose he wants to do this. But yeah, I mean, there's loads of definitions. We haven't actually got to book 3 yet. We were just dealing with the definitions of an angle. Is it the angle one? Like, you need to know whether it actually changes the definition of an angle within the book from there on inwards.
Yeah, I think he's trying to say here that definition proves that you can have an angle formed by a straight line and a curved surface.
Wow. So that would be a redefinition of what an angle is as soon as you go to book 3.
Right. So that makes you a liar. Yeah. So
Look.
his argument is that makes you a liar, and that makes me a chicken, because I don't want to debate him on it. After I told him that you're willing to debate him anywhere on it. It's like skewed logic. Hey, I don't get it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if that's what if what he's saying is, at that point, if that's the redefinition of what an angle is, and then from then on in, whenever they're talking about an angle, they're talking about a straight line to a curve. And you just get to make sure about whereabouts the angle is measured. Because a rectilinear angle's the one that everybody recognises, is that's 2 straight lines, and 2 straight lines cannot enclose a space, but if one of them's curved, then you do enclose a space. So a little bit strange, but I mean, if he wants to have a discussion, right? You know, all you've got to do is think about angles logically.
Well, I did ask him,
Yeah. How
would you measure that angle? at a previous discussion. And he told me with 2 straight lines.
Oh, so an angle with 2 straight lines.
Well, measuring an angle formed by a straight line and a curved surface.
But an angle is the inclination of one straight line to another straight line or plane.
Exactly what I told him, yeah. Takes 2 straight lines to make an angle.
Yeah. Well, that would definitely be breaking the law of non-contradiction, right? And the law of identity. Would that be not be an angle being different than an angle, which you can't really have?
But he claims Euclid states that in Book 3, Definition 7. That's his whole,
Well,
his
it adds
whole argument.
another angle in. I'm not too sure whether you get away with that, but I mean, if he wants to base an argument on it, I mean, surely he'd have to go like with more than a definition.
No, that's his whole argument. You're a liar. He proved you wrong.
What? And I don't get what. I still don't understand what that, why that's meant to mean anything. What was. Oh, maybe because when I said you can't have an angle to a curve.
Let me read this to you. He just sent this.
Might be.
It's a definition of a non-rectilinear angle. It's an angle formed by a straight line and a curved line. Just what I told you. Euclid also writes about non-rectilinear angles in Proposition 16 of Book 3, which covers horn angles. Cornicular angles.
Cornicular.
Cornicular, yeah.
Nice. 16, Book 3. Proposition 16. That's the one that states that you can't have a tangent, any angle, any line by the tangent that wouldn't cut the circle. It's worth looking into that when we get in there, because I know that's particularly important, 16, but not because of why WS wants to talk about it with that angle. With that, whatever it is he wants to call it.
Cornicular angles.
No, he's making stuff up there. I'll have a look for the words in mind, just because it's only logical to work through this. Look at that.
I told them, look, this is not my speciality. If you want to talk this stuff, come on over. We have 3-4 people you can talk with.
Right, Proposition
like I told
16.
You, I'll talk to you about water. Yeah.
Proposition 16 states the straight line drawn at right angles to the diameter of a circle from the extremity of it falls without the circle, and no straight line can be drawn from the extremity between the straight line and the circumference so as to not cut the circle. Basically, you can't make another straight line other than the tangent that is at that extremity without cutting the circle. As in, the tangent is the only line at the circumference of a circle that could ever be there, because any other line would cut the circle. And it's pretty cool that he points that out.
just invited him over again. Told him we're talking about it live.
So, if you think about that, if you were to draw a line on a circle that's at the tangent, right? You know, at the extremity of where it meets the circumference, the radius, boom. Put a perpendicular to that, you put the tangent there. You have got a tangent on a circle touching it at one point. Now, what it states, that particular proposition 16 states that were you to, let's say you hold the tangent where it is and duplicate the tangent. Now, you can neither tip it backwards, as long as you put the fulcrum right at the balance point, right at the tangent point, and you start tilting it. You can't tilt it either way without cutting the circle. That's all that particular proposition states. So I'll leave that one for you to work out the implications of the logic behind that particular proposition. I've got it circled in my book. As I say. It says tangent chord. I don't have many things wrote in my book. I just normally take what they are, but that one in particular says tangent chord. So that's how important that is to me. That's that particular proposition 16, book 3. Thank you, WS. It will definitely be one of the special ones that we go over. Always has been part of the plan, but like I say, it's book 3. It's not worth getting ahead of ourselves when we start off with the logic and the law of identity and law of non-contradiction, law of excluded middle.
He says it's a non-rectilinear angle.
What is?
Book 3, definition 7.
Yeah, that's within an axiomatic system. We've already gone. I've gone through that. It doesn't state a non-rectilinear angle. I'll go over my book. I mean, this may not be the definitive book with all of the correct wordings. I mean, is that what he's going with? Has he checked with Bebby whether he's using the right book?
No, it's funny. He doesn't want to discuss this with you. Clearly, you have more knowledge of this than me, than probably any one of us in here. He wants to discuss this with me. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. No, what did he say? Number 6 or number 7? Which one was it?
No, he said book 3, definition 7, as I showed you.
Yeah.
You are denying it's a non-rectilinear angle.
I'll read it now. It says, the angle of a segment is that which is contained by the straight line and the circumference. It doesn't say it's non-rectilinear. I'll go back over the where it says about the rectilinear angle. So you see whether that redefines the angle or not. Here we go. A plane rectilinear angle is the inclination of two straight lines to one another, which meet together but are not in the same straight line. A plane rectilinear angle. Now, the claim is that you can't have an angle to a curve meaning you cannot measure an angle to a curve. I mean, you can state, oh, there's an angle, and like glance sideways at somewhere and say it's just an angle, but in order to measure it, you need a tool to measure an angle, and you cannot measure an angle to a curve. You can only measure an angle from a point to a point. Straight lines, plane rectilinear angle. It's interesting that, yeah, and I'm not having to defend an axiomatic system done in Euclid, right? It's not for me to have to defend Euclid, but if WS wants to come and discuss it, then fair enough. But I mean, it should be pretty obvious to everybody that in order to measure an angle, you go from a point to a point, and that's straight lines.
I think WS is very, very frightened of you.
There's no need to be. Even though Rumpus ran away. I mean, like, there's no need, because, you know, like, even if he's got a machete handy, he can't do any damage to me. He can't start flailing about like Rumpus, you know, like fretting about him getting all angry and start fighting. There's no need. Just any discussion. That's what we're after. And like you say, this is the basics of geometry, logic, and the discussions going forward. Because we've got some really good stuff. We've got tests, and we've done all of this sort of stuff, that we've got backing for everything we're going to be talking about. We just we're not into dumping it all on everybody. We want to take this nice and slow. We want people to be with us when we're going on this journey. Now it's a discussion about forming angles and not measuring them. There's no point in having an angle if you cannot measure it. I mean, that's ridiculous. We're talking about, as we always have been, in reality. These things, these angles, in reality, have to be measured. The lines are needed to be drawn in order to replicate it with mechanics. That's what Newton said. We just deal in reality. And I get a feeling there's a lot of people that want to forget about reality and delve back into this abstract world where they live in geometry. Well, we're particularly talking about the reality geometry, the stuff that we can use in reality to prove things in reality.
I got him. So he has an angle he can't measure. I told him, how I was thinking, this doesn't make sense. If you have a straight line to a curved surface, how do you measure it, right? Well, he can't, and he just realized that. Stop obfuscating, he's saying. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been the argument that we've had all of this time. And because he's never been to have a discussion, he's always been running away. saying that we don't know what we're talking about and we don't know geometry and we don't know this. Well, we're doing stuff from basic fundamentals. You can't not understand this. We've made it that simple that it's really simple for everyone to understand. Geometry was even wrote that way within Euclid, so that you could get an understanding of the proofs gained within it, and you were in charge. You gained the proofs for yourselves. You gained the understanding from the geometry to take into the rest of life, into reality. It's the foundations of logic training. So yeah, I mean, it should go without saying that if you have a curved line, then eventually that line will meet the other straight line. And if that's where you measure the angle from, it's nothing. There's no angle. So how can you measure an angle where there is no angle? It breaks.
That's what I just asked him, bro.
It's literally
how can
not
you measure
geometry.
Yeah, I just asked him, how can you measure your angle to prove it?
How they're so keen on winning an argument without realizing what they're actually saying. It's so simple. You cannot measure an angle to a curve. I guess at some point somebody could have misheard that. You cannot have an angle to a curve. Similar to you cannot measure an angle to a curve. But it's the same thing.
He's double backing. You haven't agreed it's an angle yet. How can we discuss measuring it until you're honest enough to admit it's an angle with a straight side and a curved side?
It's an angle that can't be measured.
Yeah, and he wants me to admit to it.
Yeah.
Ain't gonna happen.
Trying to get you on a technicality, just like Sean G did the other day. Right? They think they can fool you into saying that, and then forever on, they'll be saying, "Aha, ha, but you said," and you'll be going, "No, I didn't." And now they're going to probably say that you're running from whatever. But I mean, it's all of this is a discussion to get you away from the basic facts of reality. Right? All right angles are equal. Proves that angles need straight lines.
How can he say I'm running? I answered his thing. If you claim you have an angle, right? How can you measure it? How can you prove it? You can't just say, look, here's an angle, right?
Yeah. It's a non-measurable angle.
It's beautiful.
Yeah. Like a piece of dog shit on the ground. That's a non-measurable angle. Right? Do you like that one?
That was good.
It's a good analogy. It's just Euclid didn't write about it. Do they understand what an axiomatic system is? I'm not too sure.
Hello?
Yo, Rob.
Okay, so I got a question. This angle that you can't measure, can you do fuck all with it?
Well, yeah, seeing as you don't even have an angle.
Well, you don't even have a measurement for that angle.
Yeah.
So you can't do fuck all with that angle that you can't even measure.
Yeah, you've got even less chance of doing anything with it, haven't you? Because you don't even have the angle measurement to start off with. It could be anything, right? That number that you're going to put there as an angle could be anything. It's just a question mark angle. I like the idea of that. Question mark angles. Is that the basis of... is it a globe? Is it some globe logic coming on the basis of the unmeasurable angle? I wonder whether they've got a proof. I wonder whether the Globjit guys got one going. See if he could do that. Ask WS, see whether he can build some logic around. Oh, the attack of the spammers again. Yeah, see whether he can formulate some logic around the unmeasurable angle. Oh, got some good reading material there. Just been sent to me. Thank you very much.
Did I just hear you claim you can't measure an angle to a curve?
Finally, somebody shows up.
Are you claiming you can?
Of course you can, you twat. If you knew anything about geometry, you'd
all
know
right.
that. You
Rumpus,
moron.
Rumpus,
you
please.
utter
Rumpus,
moron.
please. There's
Don't
no
start
need
like
for that,
Rumpus,
Rumpus.
because you're gonna get booted, right?
Yeah, but he's just so ignorant of everything. I mean,
Yeah, just be calm and make your argument, bro.
Okay.
Why do you need to swear?
Can I just make sure? Would you be talking about the use of a tangent?
Yes.
Right, so that's a tangent, not a curve.
Yes, but tangents have curves, don't they, you moron?
No, a tangent is a straight line, Rumpus.
Yes, but you have tangents to a curve, don't you, moron?
Well, yes, but
Yes!
that isn't a curve. It's a straight line.
Yes, but the point is that represents the gradient of the curve at that point. You moron!
No, there's no gradient of a
Yes,
curve
there is.
at the tangent.
One more.
Yes, there is. The tangent has the gradient of the curve at the point of the tangent. You ignorant moron!
Rumpus. It is not a gradient.
That's just too many
Yes,
strikes.
it is. The tangent has the gradient of the curve which it is touching.
Didn't
the
you say
definition
it's
of a tangent.
parallel?
You utter moron.
Rumpus, did you not say that's parallel to the surface? Tit and Totic point.
Someone muted me, so I have no idea what you said.
Did you say that point was parallel to the surface?
What point are you
Hey,
talking
hang
about?
on.
The
Hang on.
tit and
things-
Totic point.
What surface are you talking about now? You seem to be talking about some things I've not been in discussion. Perhaps when I was muted or
Right.
deafened, you said something I
Okey-dokey.
didn't hear.
So you know what a tangent is? It's a straight line.
You don't. I
It's-
do. Yes.
It's a straight line that touches a curve at a point.
Yes. I
Right
know
now,
this. Yes.
that point that the tangent is at, you have been known to claim that the tangent is parallel to the curve at that point.
Well, it's not parallel to it. It's actually on the curve. And when I showed you diagrams of this before, you didn't understand what a tangent was, and you're demonstrating it again.
It's a point, Rumpus.
Yes, it's a point on the curve which has a gradient.
No, the
Yes, it
line
does.
is the point right? The straight
The line
line
is the point. The line is the point.
The
is it?
straight
Well done.
line touches the curve.
Yes, you keep on saying this, and I've agreed this, and we all know this, Bev. Why are you repeating something we all
that
know?
Point, it is perpendicular to the radius.
Exactly, and it has the gradient of the curve.
Gradient of what?
If it's a circular. You moron.
It's perpendicular.
A curve doesn't have to be part of a circle and have a radius for a start. You've made that error. A curve can be any changing its radius, as you want to put it, at any point and change its curve, to which you can have a tangent at any point on the curve. And that represents the gradient of the curve at that point. And therefore, you've got a straight line you can make up, and therefore, if you have we don't have a radius here. We've got a curve. It's not part of a circle necessarily. You don't understand about curves.
Just to keep it simple for everybody, right?
Okay,
So,
just so that you all understand it. Okay, I'll just talk about circles then, because you're having a problem
where it's
with a more general
perpendicular.
situation.
A tangent is perpendicular.
Yes, we all know this, Bev.
Stop saying
you're speaking like an 11-year-old. 11-year-olds know this.
Well, there's
You're speaking as though you're saying something profound. You are ignorant
to it. It's perpendicular.
Yes,
Where's
we
the
all
gradient?
11-year-olds know this, Bev.
Well, why
you
are
ignorant.
you talking about a gradient?
Because the gradient of the perpendicular, it still has a gradient. The tangent has a gradient. The tangent matches the gradient of the point of contact with the curve. Let me show you again, because clearly you don't understand. I'll show you this thing which you won't understand again. God,
the gradient of the tangent point. Are you sure you know what you're talking about?
No, I know that you don't know what you're talking about, and perhaps some of the members of the panel will understand. So here we go. Here's a diagram of a circle.
I'm not looking. I know what a circle is.
That's right. You always do this, Bev, because you can't. You know that I'm going to expose you as a moron. Other people.
This is logic night, Rumpus. You are not formulating this very well.
I know you want to poke your fingers in your ears because you know you're frightened of me exposing you as an idiot. I'll explain it to the other people who are interested in actually learning about this.
Is anybody else interested in listening to this?
Here's the explanation that Bev doesn't want you to see or hear. This is it. Classic. You're going to mute me. See, he wants to prevent you from hearing this, guys.
Have a good day. I don't want to listen to him.
You guys can listen to him. I've turned him down. I don't particularly want to hear about a tangent.
I don't want to hear your bullshit, Rumpus.
Everybody knows what a tangent is, and a tangent is perpendicular to the radius at the point it touches the circle. Now, that's true throughout. There is no gradient to that. Is everybody just turn him down? And then he'd be able to go along with it happy, and he'd be all right on his own. He could do his own presentation. Euclid, you've got green light on, is that? Oh, it's okay. Yeah, so that, I don't know what that's about. Why Rumpus thinks the tangent has to have a gradient at the point it's touching. It's rather embarrassing if that's the best they've got. That's shocking. I'm still trying to get over that. Like, what was the idea? Anybody? What were we talking about before he... Oh, the angle to a curve. I mean, I don't know what Rumpus was trying to help us out with there, because he did just say you put a tangent there. So you do actually need two straight lines to measure an angle. Rumpus knows that. So it's shocking that he should say that you don't. I could get on the board if we need to, but I don't think it really needs to be explained. I think DP's got a meme that we had. Oh, I should be able to get to this one. There we go. Here's the meme.
Considering your language, you should have, but yeah.
So you see, the way you have a curve at the point that you're measuring it, it changes the angle changes. So how do you know where to measure the angle? Because it'll be different.
Okay, Rumpus, how do you measure this
I don't want to
angle?
listen to this, man.
How do you measure this
gracious.
angle?
I've turned him down. If you just turn him down, Redmond.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, turn him down.
Does anybody really want to listen to him?
Turn
I don't
him
want to listen to him.
down. You, Redmond,
I
just
don't
turn him
care- I don't care
down.
to hear
Zip
from
him down. I have. Nobody else is listening to him here.
Chaos. Or shit.
Go back to your echo chamber.
So,
Get him.
yeah.
Endure this fuck.
Like-
This damn torture. Come on, Bev.
Well, I'd say, like, me, personally, just turned the volume down on him. I can't hear him. Even when he's talking, like, you all should do the same. If you don't want to listen to him, just let him sit there, talking to himself. It'd be great. I mean, he'd be dead happy. Thinking everybody's sort of, like, listening to him, talking, calling everybody morons and doing all of that. I mean, he'll love it. So, I mean, like, I'd advise everybody to do it now. And then, like, next time he does actually come in, you won't hear him anyway.
No, but he does need to know that, you know what I mean, that I'm not interested in hearing what he's got to say. If you just mute him, he just goes on and on. But, you know, he does need to be told, because he thinks that people in the server are being fooled by you, Ben. Well,
I don't think so. It's the narrative he's pushing. Yeah, it's the narrative he's pushing. I mean, what's he saying?
It needs to be said that, you know, I've got my own sound mind, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I understand what a tangent is, and it's very basic geometry. Rumpus doesn't even know what he's saying. And the major narrative that he wants to push when he's saying that is that we don't know what we're talking about, when it's very obvious that we do. And anytime Rumpus comes in, he changes the subject into this, you don't know this, when it's very basic stuff that we're doing. I mean, how Rumpus can come in and think that he's telling us that we don't know what we're talking about, when he obviously has said some absolutely stupid shit. And it's recorded as well, the stuff that Rumpus has said about the tangent point being parallel to the surface.
Can I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, go on.
So, forgive me if this is like a rudimentary question, but I don't always think about these things, and we're talking about measuring angles. So when we have a 90-degree angle, if we move away from the angle itself between the legs toward the hypotenuse, then that is going to increase in distance from each other, right? So that's not the angle, because that can change.
You've got a 90-degree angle.
Right. So the 90-degree angle is at the point where the perpendicular and the horizontal meet, right?
If that's where you've got an angle on a horizontal.
It's a right angle.
Yeah.
It's a right angle.
Yeah.
Okay, so now make an acute angle.
Where?
Okay. Anywhere between the 90 and 0. You know, because you're going to cut it in half. You're not going to make an obtuse. You're not going to make a 95-degree angle. You're going to make a 73. So you're making it less.
You've just got that. You've got that 90-degree angle.
Okay.
Right. What are you talking about? Are you moving that? You're changing that angle.
Okay. So yeah, I'm trying to think through this. I think I can understand it conceptually, but I'm trying to now express what I think I understand, which might be the disconnect. So when we're talking about, or when Rumpus wants to talk about a tangent to a circle, Okay, so we've got a circle. You place a tangent at the top of it and extend it past the point at which it touches the circle. You can't have an angle in that space.
What tangent are you putting where?
I'm just trying to. If you drew a circle on a piece of paper and then drew a straight line across the top of the circle.
Yeah.
Okay. So there's a point at which the tangent is touching the circle, and if you move to the left, you're going to have a space between the tangent and the circle.
Yeah.
Okay. So you cannot have or measure an angle in that space because you don't have two straight lines, right?
Yeah.
Right. Because of the nature of the curve, every place on that curve is going to be a different distance and totally screw up whatever you want to call your angle is. Right?
Yeah, because if you go all the way back to where it's touching at the point,
right,
well then the angle to the curve doesn't exist.
Right.
There's nothing.
Right. Right.
So
but
if that's the angle you want to be talking about, the angle of nothing. But the actual angle that's there is where you drop down from that point to the center. And that will be a right angle.
Right, exactly. So that's what I was going to do. That was my next step. I was going to take the circle away, drop down a right angle.
Well, no, it's the fact that the circle's there that gives you the right angle. Because the point of contact with the tangent will be perpendicular to the radius at the point of contact. That's like a geometric rule. That's why the tangent is called the tangent, why it's a straight line, and why it's placed at that very particular point.
So what gives you, I know that Euclid doesn't give you degrees. It just talks about acute angles, obtuse angles, and right angles. Right?
And vertical angles.
Okay. But it doesn't give a number to a degree. It doesn't talk about 73 degree angles.
No.
Right? It doesn't talk about 96 degree angles.
No, but you could apply 60, couldn't you? Equilateral. But I mean, yeah, there is no angles in there like that. That's not the way geometry's formulated within Euclid. To keep numbers out of it specifically. Keep it pure geometry.
Okay, so in your mind, when do numbers become appropriate when talking about this?
When measuring in reality. When you make it practical, right?
Okay.
Because you have to measure, right? That's the only point in doing it, is for the practical usage of it. That's why geometry is geometry. But born out of logic in reality and formulated so you can apply proofs in reality.
Okay, so I think, let me ask this. So if you aren't, okay, how would you derive a value to an angle when, let's say, trying to, I don't know, build a wall, right? So if you have the right angles, which is the frame, but in between the frames, you have to have different angles to support the weight that you're going to put on the wall.
What?
Never mind.
You need to have angles to support the weight of a wall.
Yeah,
I don't know. I think you're getting lost there, Travis.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to verbalize an abstract concept in my head, and I'm not doing well, though.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Imaginometry. It's hard to physicalize and put it into reality. Go on.
Bev, Yeah, I was going to say, Travis, have you got yourself a pen and paper and a compass and a straight edge or ruler?
Not at the moment. I'm driving.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, like at home or whatever. But what I recommend is, and what helped me was to start putting it on paper, start doing it instead of like doing it all in your mind. Start putting it on paper, and then it just comes so much clearer. That's all I want to say.
Yeah, so I guess I can give you the punchline, but I wanted to try to ask a question to get to the punchline. But my answer would have been to myself, you have to reference a circle from your axis point. So from the point that you begin, if you make a right angle, in order to get any degree between the legs, you have to complete the circle. Otherwise, you won't have a designation for any angle that you will extend another point from. Right? So in order for me to get 89 degrees, I first have to have all 360. Right? Or do I just have to have 90? No.
You're just measuring an angle, right? And an angle is the inclination of one straight line to another.
Okay, so let me ask you this: how do you know if your angle is 67 degrees? How would you know that?
You would get a tool that measures angles and start at one place, zero it, and then move to 67 and then stop. And then you'd have measured the inclination of one point to another. That you've measured an angle.
So, but okay, I hear you, but I'm just now fleshing it out. So I appreciate your patience. 90 degrees is a quarter of 360. 25% of 360. So I guess the 90 degree assumes a circumference of 360. Otherwise, 67 is meaningless. Right?
Just portions. 2/3 or a difference between a 2/3 and a quarter.
So, like, for instance, we could designate a full circumference to have a value of 100, so that a right angle has a value of 25.
No.
We could do that.
No.
You don't think?
No. No, even they don't do that, do they?
No, I know that they don't. I'm saying that one could.
Well,
the value of
that would be standardizing, decimalizing pi, wouldn't it? In order to make it into 100. I mean, they did that with 360 for the degrees, and then they obviously did radians. It is for what you're talking about, the distance around the circumference. But that's expressed as in pi, isn't it? Radians.
Which came first, pi or 360 as a designation?
I wouldn't know.
Yeah, I'm not trying to test you. I'm just asking.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah.
Pi's a ratio, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So
It's
pi
all
would
a
have come
ratio, isn't it?
first. Definitely.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, as a concept, it would have come first. Sure. Okay. Because a ratio is a concept.
It's just the circumference over the diameter.
It's a relationship.
But I mean, I'm not too sure as to why you would need the circumference over the diameter to be expressed as pi. Personally. it's a nice, neat little concept to teach kids at school and all of that. And it sounds cool when you hear pi r squared. But the actual formulation of it never gets taught. So it's almost as if it's there to teach people that magic tricks. Because most people don't understand what pi is. It's a funny Greek letter that's expressed as a number that never ends. To most people probably don't even know what it is. I think it's something with crust that you eat. Meat and potato inside it. Maybe apple, cherry.
So is pi expressed in Euclid?
No.
Yeah.
No, but the circumference and the diameter are done. And no doubt in data, you know, the books afterwards, it will definitely be discussed there within the data. Because that's where you get the formulation of these ideas of the circumference over the diameter and the square in the radius. It's all of the concepts on how they managed to formulate the circle, but really within Euclid, the circle's a tool to help develop these lines. Yeah, there's a special book and all of that, but in book 1, the circle is the thing that you use to develop all of the rest of the all of the other stuff that you're gonna do. It's like the skill with the compass and moving those points around that is the art of geometry. It's quite clever, really. But yeah, the circles are a strange thing when you come to look at it. And if anybody wants to come and have a discussion about any of this sort of stuff, then please do. Even university lecturers, come on in. Let's have a chat. Anyone?
They're going crazy, Bev. Right now, on blues, all I'm hearing is Bev, 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 Bev.
Yeah.
I keep telling them, you fools, you clowns, over on blues server. We are here right now. Bev, 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 Bev is right here, waiting for you. You bunch of losers, come and get a piece. Stop hiding in text.
Oh, I've got somebody in the chat telling us if you measure an angle in radians, you can measure a distance. That's genius. That's where the magic tricks come in. I like it. And the arc of the circumference that goes between the tangent.
Who has that gif with, what is it, a gerbil that yells, Bev, Bev? Can somebody please post that
The
for me?
groundhog, I think. I think I've got it, but Discord's being a bit slow. It's not loading any of them up. I think Emma had it. It's like they've had Rumpus come over about tangents.
They're obsessed, bro.
I
I've
know.
never seen a bunch of adults obsessed on one human being. It's remarkable. Remarkable.
It's pretty simple to draw a circle, and then just any line, make a line, touch the circle just at one point, and then at that point draw a line to the center. It will be at right angles at that point where the straight line touches the circle. And as Proposition 16 tells you, it cannot be at any other angle. That the only point that it will touch will be where it's perpendicular, because it cannot be at any other angle. Otherwise, it cuts the circle. It's very simple. The geometry of the Euclid makes it very clear what this is talking about. You cannot alter that line. Now, if WS thinks out of that one proposition that states that you know that straight line tangent has to be at right angles to that thing, because otherwise it will cut the circle. I don't know what the actual game that the geniuses are going to be talking about, but I mean, happy to come and have a lesson about what a tangent is, but it's just basic geometry. Really basic geometry. Anybody do it. Like Spot On says, get your compass out, draw a circle, get your ruler out, draw a line to touch the circle at one point only. At that one point, you can draw a line to the center, and you will have a right angle. It's brilliant.
Yeah. Yeah, and the only reason I said it is because you can do all the mental gymnastics and do it in your heads, and maybe there are people out there that can do it without actually putting pen to paper. What I'm saying is, the pen to paper gives you the proof.
Yep, that's the actual proof. That's what Euclid's all about. Actually doing the demonstration of that Proposition 16 will show you and give you the proof that that line cannot be anything other than at right angles. Now, he may not say, Euclid, within that, the proof, that it is at right angles, but he's saying it cannot be anywhere else. He's sort of giving you a logical statement of saying it can only be here. It can't be anywhere else, otherwise it would cut the circle and not be touching at that one point. We're discussing geometry, Alan, because there's a certain few triggered. I would say triggered. Triggered is okay, isn't it? Boomer, Globe Earth, Discord servers, where the Globe Earthers are triggered about us talking about logic. It was, and obviously geometry is derived from logic, so it's the geometry is the easiest way to talk about logic, even though the logic is easier formulated in reality. So it's a nice link to reality through geometry. Is anyone learning anything? I don't know. What we say? I hope people are learning things. Mainly that the adult Globe Earth boomers are getting triggered at some basic geometry. I'm hoping people are taking note of of exactly why they're getting triggered of these basic geometric facts. And if not, hopefully stick around and you'll find out exactly how triggered these people are going to get.
I know why. Hello?
Yeah? Go on.
Oh, I lost my headset. Hang on. Sorry. Rip.
Why are we talking about man boobs in the in the chat?
Okay, I know why.
Go on.
Go for it, Rob.
They are model afflicted.
Well, I mean, can they be model afflicted when we're just talking about Euclid? Basic geometry, right? And book 3, it's just the circles and the definitions of the things and the fact that a tangent's perpendicular. I mean, there's not much model affliction involved there, unless they think Euclid, when he's talking about book 3 and circles, they wouldn't think he was talking about spheres, would they? No, they couldn't. They couldn't be that model afflicted that they were thinking book 3, proposition 16, had anything to do with a sphere. Do you? No, I can't think why they'd be doing that. I hope they're not.
The affliction is deep, man. The affliction is deep.
Not
deep
that
rooted
deep.
in their psyche.
It can't be that
Oh,
deep
man.
that they'd go into it.
Deep, very, very. You have Starcotter, WS, Blue, Farmer's Boy, all of them. I have 8 guys chatting with me right now on Blues. I'm telling them, come on over, have a chat. We're here live.
Yeah.
I'm calling you.
They're telling
All
us
of
we
you, I'm
don't know
calling you
anything
all
about
out.
geometry. So
They won't come over.
come and teach everyone. Like, everybody here is open and willing to being taught. Right? You say that everybody here, and you know, all of the adult globe earth boomers that are getting triggered over there, you say everybody here is following me blindly. Here's your chance. Come on and tell them all where they're mistaken in this basic shit that we're talking about. Basic geometry. Apparently, all of those people say I'm wrong. So they should easily be able to come in and point out exactly where I'm wrong about all of these things that we've just been discussing. Basic
Should be
definitions.
Right, WS? Right, Blue? Right, Starcotter? Right, Farmer's Boy? And all the other guys over on Blues right now?
Yeah.
You're making embarrassment out of yourselves. I'm calling you out live right now. I'm sure you're listening to us. Don't be afraid. It's only Bev. And SC. Don't be afraid. And all the rest of the boys.
Just a little quick bit of geometry there in the live chat.
Yeah. Doesn't
Anyone
half
can
look
do
like
that.
that fish, doesn't it? That, you know, the
There it
logic
is.
fish.
Spot on will take you on single-handedly. His beard tied behind his neck and one hand tied behind his back.
Whilst dancing in the dark.
Yeah.
There you go. Bunch
Vesica
of chicken
Pisces.
shits.
Perpendicular. So easy. Just basic geometry. Tangents. All on a plane. 2D shapes. Yeah, it's quite nice, that. Spot on.
I'm seriously tired of this geometry stuff. Come over, discuss it.
Like,
we got at least 4 guys here.
I said, Essie, I said a bit ago that when we start this, there is going to become a point where they cannot engage with us anymore. They know.
Blue says we muted Rumpus for trying to explain tangents. No.
No,
muted
no.
Rumpus because he's a loudmouth a-hole. That's why we muted him. You're welcome, Blue. No one's going to mute you. No one's going to swear at you, I promise you. I'll mute them myself.
Just don't come in calling people morons and shit and idiots and whatever else he was saying. That's what gets you muted.
You and Bev go at it, I'll moderate. I promise you, anybody cuts in, I will mute them myself. I promise you.
Blue's got a proof that level isn't horizontal.
No, he doesn't.
He has, that's what he said. So when I said I've got a proof that level is horizontal, well, he said he had a proof that level isn't horizontal. So, I mean, yeah, if you want to go over that, we go proof for proof from first principles all the way up to proving I'll go and prove that level is horizontal. And Blue can prove that level isn't horizontal. It's a bit like Betty did today. He tried to prove that horizontals aren't parallel to the plane of the horizon. Or parallel to each other. One or the other of those. I don't know. I'm not too sure. I don't think he proved either of them. But yeah, I mean, if anybody wants to go proof for proof from first principles, that's like from the logic first principles, or I will use all of the principles from logic in reality. And prove that level is horizontal, and anybody wants to come and do likewise, or prove the opposite, that's up to them. I'm open for it, open for any discussion as well. Mainly the discussions, they're easier to have than setting up, doing presentations and stuff. I'm sure Blue hasn't got any set up. But yeah, Blue, if you want to come for a chat about, I don't know, maybe you might want to talk about tangents, but like we do know what a tangent is. I muted Rumpus because I've heard it all before. He strolls in, tells us we're morons, and then tells us that. I mean, I could come over to your server if I wasn't banned and just come in there and start telling you that you don't know anything and me do a demonstration about what a tangent is. I could easily do that. And then wait for you to tell me that I'm talking over you, and then you'd ban me. Again. So, I mean, you already know what a tangent is, and I already know what a tangent is, and everybody around here, when we get to book 3, we will go over that. I don't think it's really necessary just yet. It's like putting the cart before the horse. You want to be able to make sure everybody understands the initial basics first. Like understanding that a tangent is a straight line and it touches a circle at one point. That's called the tangent point. And that point would be where the 90-degree angle would be formed, or the right angle within a semicircle. See, we do know a little bit about geometry. If anybody wants to come in, Blue, WS, you can come in, do us a logic lesson if you want. You want to come in and formulate some logic about anything to do with geometry? Particularly Euclidean geometry, but I'm not adverse to seeing somebody do some drawings of some non-Euclidean. That'd be amazing if we could get a demonstration of somebody to do some non-Euclidean geometry. That'd be brilliant. Maybe that's what they've got. And if Rumpus could show us where the non-Euclidean tangents are. Are we going to analytic geometry now, are we? We're not keeping to the actual geometry of circles and points and lines. And we've got Alan as well. Welcome, Alan, to the text chat. Trolls over at YouTube.
It's very telling, though, how nobody will come in and challenge, right?
Like I say, there is no challenge in Euclidean geometry.
I know.
There's no point. So, I mean, it would literally just be a discussion about things. Yeah. We've got geometry books. I've got quite a few. The best one. Perspective and projective geometry. That's one of the new ones I've got just recently. But we just stick at the very basics. The right line geometry. And with this particular argument, the model gets exposed very early. You can see them fretting.
Blue thinks you won't understand it if he explains it to you. He thinks you're gonna throw your food away.
He's going to come over and try and explain calculus and analytic geometry.
Yep.
Nice.
I'd like to see that, Blue. That would be really entertaining.
Yeah.
Because both of you know more about it than me, that's for sure. Yeah.
Blue should do a video, definitely, about how to, I don't know. What's he want to do with it? What is the analytic geometry that Blue wants to prove or to use? Hey, if Blue can find a proof anywhere, I'm sure he can do a video about it.
Well, yeah, that would be good. I'd probably learn something from it.
Yes, Alan. There are spheres in Euclidean geometry. Book 11, Solid Geometry. That's the book that most of the globe model believers are particularly scared of seeing, because they can't relate that to reality at all in any way. And it does. Book 11 tends to prove that none of the stuff that anybody ever has for spherical geometry could ever be replicated within Euclidean geometry at all. Unfortunately for the globe model believers. But he's got, look at this.
We have this other guy,
Go on.
Harry Warp. He seems to be challenging you, so I told him come on over. No. And he answers, can you solve this riddle? This is what his answer is to come on over and we'll have a discussion. He gives me a riddle about birds.
Right, what's that got to do with? What, logic or geometry? What?
You mean budgies, parakeets, peacocks, and canaries have nothing to do with geometry?
I don't know. I really don't know. What I do know is I don't think the globe has much to offer, to be honest. Because we've seen most of the best of the best of the best. And it's pitiful. Like, I think Rumpus is one of the deemed to be one of the best, but I mean, obvious, ridiculous. We didn't get a chance to ask Rumpus if he's done his videos yet or not for his test. He was getting them ready, supposedly. We seem to have been sidetracked a bit from the logic night.
I was watching one of your videos, and you were talking to Rumpus and George, and they were talking about Rumpus's test, and they were like, "Oh yeah, he's been going there for about a month, and we're gonna, and about in another month he'll be all done." The video was like 6 months ago.
Yeah. Yeah, and he was saying last week that he's gonna get a video out soon. He said that nearly every time we've talked to him. It's like, soon.
Just like Ranty going up to the top of the Winter Hill soon. Any day now.
Yeah. Yeah, the poor guys wondering what's going on with the auto level. It's meant to have been bought, but it's just left in the shop. Don't think anybody's picked it up yet.
Yeah, the guy at the shop. You ever leave something like if you take your motorcycle to a motorcycle shop and you just never come get it, like after a certain amount of time, that's theirs.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what would they do with an auto level anyway? And we was going over that one with the main surveyor. I've got to cut a video out of that. That's shameful. If that's the best they've got. I mean, I'm not surprised that they want to stay away. Because they have been coming over here saying some real stupid shit. And now they don't want to come over here anymore. Because they obviously get... they end up saying some real stupid shit. And they know it. And I don't want anybody to, not want to talk. Just because people say stupid shit here. So, feel free. Come and tell us about a model or whatever. The problem.
Well, they say stupid shit because they're not thinking logically; they're thinking modelly.
Yeah, well, like today, who was it? I can forget his
name. That was Genesis. That was something. Yeah, that was really something.
He told you were tricking him. You played a magic trick on him. Talking about reality. That's like a real eye-opener, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, talking about reality. He agrees with me. I'm trying to trick him. I'm like, bro. Why are you so... What do you, It also... I don't know. There's, a psychological aspect to because he has been tricked. right? Like the ball earth is a trick to fool people. So of course, when somebody else comes around doing the same thing that's been happening, he's like shell shocked. He's like, "Oh, you're trying to trick me too," is really what he should have said. Yeah, he was admitting that he was getting triggered.
Yeah, I said quite a bit ago that, you know, these 8 things that we have, or the steps or whatever, to, you know, to lead somebody through these proofs in reality, they expose the cognitive dissonance that's already been placed within everybody, right? And it exposes it, and you lay it out bare for them. So what you do is you show people the cognitive dissonance that they already hold. So you make them aware of this conflict. Now, when you do that to them, they see the conflict but think it's the trick, right? They don't realize that the trick has already been played on them, and you're just showing them this cog dis, right? You're showing them that, but they blame you for the trick, which I think is fascinating, because that explains why the hatred, right? Why they dislike us so much. Because we make them
we're the
see
bad
that.
magician.
Yeah,
we're the bad magician that exposes the trick, you know. So it's our fault, really.
Well, like I say, it's the logician, right? The logician is the counter to the magician, and that's why you get hated on, because you expose the trick, and nobody wants that, right? All of those kids at the magic show going, wow, that's amazing. And if you point out the trick, then it's not as amazing.
The other thing too is like flat ball, right? There are groups of people that they want to say that it's a trick, but they don't want to say how or why, right? Like they just want to be like, oh, but it's a magic trick, and then they can argue over the magic trick, right? Like I'm not trying to argue over the magic trick. I'm trying to expose it and show you how it is, and then that ends all that.
Yeah. Yeah, just talking about the reality is sometimes painful for people. Obviously, if they're willing to tell you you're tricking them after they've just agreed with an obvious fact from reality, because they realise there's a conflict with the model. Reality and the model, massive conflict. Yeah. Mind conflict, as the missus has just said. Yeah. It's only a conflict in the mind. Reality does exist as it is. Observable, measurable, knowable, provable in reality. But the model is a mental construct. That's all on the individual, whatever you hold to be the model. And does that relate to reality? Is there any way for you to check it? Thank you.
I'm having a laugh here, man. I invited George in. He said, no, I just noticed right the hand. I'm not coming in.
Yeah, George doesn't want to come in. George doesn't need to have any more of this punishment.
Then Blue is telling him, don't fall for it. Don't fall for it.
Yeah.
Soundbite.
Well, Bev, again, I have to say, he didn't say, oh, Bev's there. He said, right, the hand's there. So I say we're We're coming along.
And like I say George should definitely stay in his little safe space over there at Blues. He's got it. He's nice and secure over there. He doesn't need his model challenging over here.
Yeah.
He doesn't need
You know
to
what I just
defend
thought
his
of?
model to us at all.
I just thought all of us in a pub somewhere in us, Right the Hand, Rakia, all the boys, and Rumpus, George, Blue, oh man, WS, oh man, I would pay for that, cordial meeting with the brews.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the idea of what we're doing is building up the logic and the geometry, but we're not doing it. For me, I already have these proofs. I already own them for myself. The idea is to break this down to as simple as possible to bring people along on the journey. And it's very simple that a straight line is straight with zero curvature. And once you understand that that's as much as you need, then you can build up from that proof. And once you can establish that there is a straight line.
But they say a great circle is a straight line.
Who says that?
Anybody that is a boomer globe afflicted model.
Are you sure?
Follower.
I'd let them say that, because I mean, saying a circle is a straight line seems like a fucking ridiculous. Yeah, so don't say that somebody else says that, because that nobody else would say that, right?
Yeah, I would say that.
You'd have to be.
I would.
No, I mean, I wouldn't say it either. So to say that somebody else would say it, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah, sorry, I don't want to put words in people's mouths.
Nobody would say something so silly as to say a straight line was a circle, because that would literally break the law of identity, right? You can't have a straight line being a circle. It's one of the first one. That's law number 1, the law of identity. You can't. A is A, and it obviously can't be B as well. Like, so nobody would say anything like that. That'd be ridiculous. Can't imagine how, like, no, they wouldn't. Would they? Maybe that's why they can't come and talk to us. They might actually think that a straight line could be a circle. I mean, that would definitely be hard to come and talk to people, wouldn't it? If the first thing you asked them was about a straight line and whether you could actually prove a straight line. And if they ended up with there not being a proof for a straight line, well, that might just be because they think a straight line could be a circle. You best check. Some of these model afflicted people, try it. It's 37 people watching now. Ask yourself, could a straight line be a circle? Could you prove a straight line? If the answer is no to the first one, a straight line cannot be a circle, and the answer is yes, I can prove a straight line being the shortest distance between 2 points, well, welcome to reality. You might not be severely model afflicted. But if you might have the chance of a straight line being a circle, then I would imagine it'd be hard to come over here and have a discussion with us. Not that I'd laugh or mock or anything, but I'd definitely say I have to disagree.
See what the Alan just typed? You can draw a circle in AutoCAD and look at it from a different angle and it becomes a straight line.
That's nice. Well, it's not though, it's a circle, right? A circle isn't a straight line. That's quite simply put.
Yeah, the easiest way to challenge that is to ask whether or not any point on that apparent straight line is closer to you than any other point.
They can't get into a discussion. There's not really getting into a discussion with somebody if you start talking about what can be proved at the most basic level and you start talking about a straight line. If the person you're talking about or two cannot agree to what a straight line is, then you might be having trouble with the rest of the conversation. But I would also say it would go to say about the conversation that you have with somebody about anything else.
Let me throw this question out. How would you differentiate between level and horizontal?
You don't. Me, I wouldn't. They're the same thing.
Okay.
Level is horizontal.
Oh, okay, that's a fair answer. So then my question would be, why do we have two different terms then?
Because horizontal is the geometric term and level is the tool for establishing the horizontal.
Okay, so you're not using. Okay, so in your understanding, then level is a noun, not an adjective.
Well, it's both, isn't it?
So then your distinction when I asked the second one was that you moved from. Okay, so in my mind, the way horizontal and level can be the same thing is if they are both adjectives. So then when I asked you to distinguish between it, you then switched it. It's not wrong. Switched from an adjective to a noun because a tool is a noun. But horizontal, okay. Anybody else? I'm just curious how you would differentiate. If anybody else wants to chime in, how would you differentiate between level and horizontal?
There is no difference other than one of them's a tool called a level that establishes a horizontal, but people call that level.
Context.
Is that level? Is a question when you ask of something. Nobody says, is that horizontal? Because it's like a practical usage of the word level is in everyday use. But it means the same thing.
Do you mind if I differentiate between the two? How I have come to try to think about them separately in my mind. Level to me is a physical reference or a physical measurement, whereas horizontal is in relationship to that established physical reality. So the one precedes the other. The one is in relationship to the other, but the one precedes the other.
Which one precedes which one?
I would say that the physical reality precedes the reference. So like I can't refer to something as horizontal unless I have something that's level. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I would say that the horizontal is always there. And the level is the tool that finds it.
You dropped out right when you said the horizontal is always what?
There. It's always there. It's like a reference frame, like vertical. They already exist, but then you have tools to help you find them and use them. Those tools will be called like level and plumb.
And you're putting horizontal and vertical as a necessary. It has to exist before the tool.
The horizontal and vertical are always there, yes. Yeah, they already precede it, always.
So then I guess my only thought is that the only way I can understand that is as an idea. So horizontal and vertical exist as immaterial ideas and concepts prior to. Because there's no, like if I'm driving right now, I'm not running through billions of vertical lines in front of me, right? There's no vertical line in front of me. The concept is there.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Yeah, the reference frame always exists, right? The vertical and the horizontal are always there.
They're like the Matrix.
Yeah, it's like the Logos. They're just there.
It's all around you. I'm trying to remember the Morpheus skit. It's all around you when you eat your pizza and go for your walk. You see it everywhere.
Yeah, Alan's pointing out that level has dozens of meanings. Well, we're particularly talking about level as in the orientation and the tool that establishes a horizontal plane of reference, right? Levels, the tools, do not establish anything other than horizontal in the level position. Like, you can orientate it however you want and derive angles from it, but you'll always be using horizontal and vertical to measure your angles from. But I mean, that's just the usage of the words. The geometry is how you find them, and the fact that they're straight lines, vertical and horizontal, with vertical being a definite straight line. Although we did have somebody the other day wanting to try and bend the vertical, which is even more ridiculous a concept than people trying to bend the horizontal. We've had so many conversations over the past few days. There are this. I don't know if you ever heard of the Alice in Wonderland technique of discussion, where they just take you into a crazy place that doesn't seem to exist, and you're always left wondering what's going on with the conversation because it just seems so far out. You end up questioning yourself. Well, we've had a fair few of those just recently. People talking about geometry and bending lines and perpendiculars and how they don't have to be straight. It's really strange. And I think that the globe model is struggling with this geometric discussion, particularly revolving around the straight line. As will be shown over the next few weeks, as these discussions, the adult globe earth Discord servers will be lighting up with discussions about Euclid and straight lines and angles, what horizontal is, what level tools do, what about surveying in reality, and it's going to be all sorts of good fun coming over the next few days. Oh, and don't forget about the logic as well. We're going to keep everybody on the toes with the logic. So yeah, I'll put some t-shirt logic on the go. Where is DP? Is he fallen asleep again? It's gone quiet. We've got some text chat. Anybody in there? Eric knows how to trigger them. Just put in the chat. They love it. Level is horizontal. It's a statement of truth. And there's a group of people that think like globe earth boomers go mental at people saying that level is horizontal. Alan, look at Alan's just wrote in the chat there as well. Logic has nothing to do with reality, Jeff. Really, Alan? Really? That's shocking. I mean, but that does go to show the quality of text chat trolls that we have. They don't think logic has anything to do with reality. The quality and
Stupid shit that Globers say.
I think that's Alan that used to go on Nathan Oakley. He used to actually be brave enough to talk to Nathan Oakley, yeah? Imagine how much...
And he won't even come here and talk to us. No. I actually used to like Alan coming around. He was entertaining as fuck.
Oh, he's got a master's degree in engineering and professional chartership. Wow, and yeah, these are the quality trolls we have in the text chat. Look at that. We get master's degrees in the text chat. Thanks for coming, Alan. It's good to have such high quality text chat trolls. We could do what was that? Was it a master's? Have you got a PhD? We could do with a couple of PhDs and maybe a sir. Do you reckon we could get any text chat trolls like that? Or you could just pretend they were, really. I guess the text chat trolls can say anything, really, can't they? It'd be like the King of Norway or something like that. Oh, I'm sorry with the globe earth. We've been here talking about logic, geometry, reality for a few years, and we have noticed surprisingly, that there are a group of people that get triggered by what we say. Now, these group of people also, when they get triggered, they project and say some really weird things, but they're only projecting what they have for themselves. I'm talking particularly about the adult Globe Earth Discord servers, the ones that ban people and do the doxing and talk a lot about other people that they're too scared to come and talk to. So we've noticed particularly that those people that get triggered the most get triggered about reality, and we've developed an argument from reality, or rather an argument, a step by step thing that you'll be able to use, t-shirt logic type stuff that can help you wake people up, or let people see cognitive dissonance that is apparent, that's already been taught to them. I say, let me logic you a magic trick in the way that we can explain logically through a series of proofs that does expose this cognitive dissonance that's been taught to you as a magic trick. It's been subconsciously implanted a model into you, and there's a lot of people that are on a defense mechanism for the model. I don't know whether any of them are listening, or whether they're just sort of text chat trolling. Does Alan think? Alan thinks he's triggered somebody.
George thinks you're afraid of him somehow. You don't want to let him on the show. But George, that's for your own well-being. You misunderstand.
Yeah, George can come on at any time. I just say it's safer for his own good. Because even George knows how triggered he gets when he talks to us. It's not good for him. Although, like, some of the demonstrations and stuff George has given us, he's been the best. The differential leveling RBD face is perhaps one of George's best bits of work, I think. I mean, he did show us that the Globers have got nothing within surveying. We already know that they're struggling with Euclid within the geometry. So, I mean, it makes sense that they're actually putting that into practicality, which is what Euclidean geometry does within surveying, would leave them at a massive problem, which they obviously have. And George is the guy leading the forefront. And, like, we don't want to embarrass George. George should be training the Globers up at the minute. He should be doing demonstrations on RBD face so that everybody else will know how to talk to people. Because once we start teaching everybody this method, and it starts creeping out a bit more, and people start asking people these questions, and you start understanding why the globe earthers have to believe a straight line is a circle. There's no way around it for them. It's a must-do situation. When people start realizing that, and how to get anyone into that conversation to make them realize that straight lines have to be circles for them to believe that a model exists, then they're going to be troubling. They're going to have to come up with some sort of a defense. And it's going to be fun. There's 39 people listening now. I mean, this is good stuff. Go out and ask people about the straight line and a circle. Just find out with people. We've got the proof project on the go at the minute. SE's been leading it. SE's our proof man. The voice of proof. SE Montreal has been doing this. But I mean, we've all been, like, it's a project for all of us, for everyone to do, to get involved in it. Ask people about the proof. Ask people, do they believe there is a way for you to prove a straight line? Can it be proved in reality? Is there a proof that you can gain to do such a thing? And from that point onwards, see where the conversation goes. What sort of people do have a proof and what sort of people don't have a proof?
Well, shockingly, me and Blue agreed on a proof the other day. And he was gracious enough to let me on this server and do this. So thanks, Blue.
Yeah. Add it to the list of proof project 2022. It's going to be a big project. Hopefully by the end of this year or midway through this year, it should be becoming apparent that there's a definite divide. A divide.
Even within the community, it seems, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, this question has raised eyebrows, to be sure.
Spot on's doing perpendiculars, 60s, 90s, 30s, 60s, 90s. Yeah, it's good. This is going to be good. And spot on showing. Actually doing the Euclid stuff is the way you gain the proofs for knowing this about straight lines and stuff. But we will be dealing more in the logic and the mind work that goes to show the proofs. Because I think that's what's missing, is that it's the proof project has shown that most people, yeah, I could safely say most people, right, Essie, don't know what a proof is. I mean, even me, I'm still trying to formulate a better way to say it. Because it's like something that doesn't seem... It seems like it's one of those things where the words have been lost to explain it. And that may be why the globe Earth model believers are struggling. Because the words just aren't there anymore. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe they're the ones that have took the words away. Maybe they're the ones that don't want to use the words. Wow. Alan's proper. Do you think those the ones that are always there, sat in the chat, have got anything to particularly prove, or do you think that people like Alan in the chat are there as their particular way to prove their model? Do you think that's like an argument technique? They can always say, oh, I said this and such, I destroyed such and such a person in the chat. And does Alan think that's an argument technique to sit in the chat? Is it a valid argument? For the Globe, obviously. Do you think, Alan, I take it you're in the chat defending the Globe? Or are you just in the text chat trolling? Because I can understand the troll coming along just, you know, purposely trolling. Especially if you've got a master's. I mean, phew, why wouldn't you want to sit in a YouTube chat trolling people? Not wanting to come and actually talk and discuss about anything with your stuff. The Spot-On's waiting for his geometry set. It'll be like an antique set. It's like walrus tusk compass set or something like that.
Excuse us. Mine is only mahogany.
Yeah, a gadget. Yeah, I mean, like, he's got a master's. I mean, why wouldn't he be trolling? I think they all have to be, you know, like, whenever they get assigned. I mean, imagine the quality of the globe Earth side. I mean, they've got billions of people to choose from. So you've got to be highly qualified to be a globe Earth text chat troll on YouTube. Some of the best. That's what I need. Spot on. I need one of those for me board, because my one, the plastic ones, are fucking cracked. I need one, but I need to be able to put a pen on it. An adjustment thing. I'm gonna have to get a new one to do a go for me for a new whiteboard compass. I had it taped on the compass point. It had a sucker bit on it.
Shout out Chris, the level earther. We have a new designation, a new, how would you, not designation, how would you call that? A new name, a new definition. There you go.
Yeah, he's got big E though. I mean, I know it's at the beginning of the sentence and all of that, but yeah, big E.
Well, I like that better than a sphere.
Yeah. Yeah, like we said, we did it last night. Every one of us is model afflicted. There's no getting out of that. How can you not be? Specifically in this arena / bit that we're in. Then, like, yeah, the model is severely... It's all over the place, the model round here.
The model affliction, yep.
But wanting to define yourself around a model is... I find it really strange. Everybody in here is an individual. Like Rob Keane is Rob Keane. He calls himself a flat earther. But it's still Rob. Right, Rob? Oh, he's gone. He left.
My microphone was cut off. I don't care if you call me a flat earther. Not actually flat. Just the subject matter.
That's what I mean. Like, you're Rob Keane. I don't call you resident flat earther or anything. It's just Rob.
Bev.
Everybody's got a name, and that's how everybody should be introduced to each other.
Doxed. You want to call my boss, George?
Did anybody, like, since we're 3 hours in now, so I guess we can put an end to the Logic night, go into after hours, free for all. Did anybody see Fight the Flat Earth with what's he called? Bro Sanchez. Is that what he's called? I've never seen him before. Well, they had a debate last night. That was interesting.
I can't believe you've been around here for this many years and never heard of Bro Sanchez. Crazy to me.
Well, Bro Sanchez has never been around here. So, I mean,
we should invite him over.
Yeah. I'll go over and see him if that's what's needed. Definitely. Bro Sanchez. Anybody else that I don't know about as well. Anyone. But yeah, he had a lot of people watching. Did you watch it all the way to the end? Does anybody here watch it all the way to the end? Whether there was like a mutual thing, whether they were going to have another debate or whatever. I couldn't watch any more of it. It was
No, I stopped when you did.
Yeah. When Fight the Flat Earth cited George Nutsack as level being curved, that was enough for me. I know he's a lying shit, but to blatantly lie, to cite George Nutsack with the level thing, and he used the submarine. We used the submarine in the water as proof of curvature again.
Yeah, that was something. Submarine proves the curve.
Yeah, he said that George was a surveyor as well. Quite blatantly not. Like George has said many times, he's not a surveyor. But Fight the Flat Earth said that he was. A bit like when Foolish Decisions said that Blue Marble Science was a surveyor as well. He's not a surveyor either. But it's dead easy for other people to claim things about people. Especially in these debates that aren't debates. And somebody, you guys have a little bit of a chat for a bit. I need to just nip away for a moment.
I gotta go work in the rain, so I will see you guys tomorrow.
Yeah, I'd just like to say that, yeah, I'm no expert with this geometry. I'm learning all the time. I mean, I've seen some really high level geometry being done, and I'd like to get to that stage, you know, be able to do that. And it's slow, you know, it's a slow process, and I'm learning. Like I say, I get things wrong. So, but it's been enjoyable thus far. I don't think that the road will ever end. It seems like it would be endless because some of the videos I've looked at people doing geometry on YouTube, it's quite amazing actually. So there's a lot to learn. But the basics are enjoyable too, yeah. Just to get to that point, it's good for me. I recommend anyone getting a compass, pencil, pen, bit of paper, ruler, and make some shapes. Colour them in, whatever you want to do.
I just like it better when we can have a pleasant discussion. Keep the morons to the curbs.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't even like mentioning Rumpus's name anymore. It's got that way because he lives up to his name. I mean, to come in and say that people, or Bev specifically, doesn't understand what a tangent is absurd. And Bev can explain, you know, a tangent without reading it like he'd probably have to do. You know, when you know these things, you know them and can describe it to people, and that's why I'm here, because Bev describes things simply. I think that's why a lot of people are here. It's not just Bev. It's, you know, other people speak on this server as well. I think that's a misconception about the server as well. It's like all about Bev. Well, it's not. There's quite a few people coming in now, and I've learned a lot from other people too. So just clear that up. So anyone thinking they may want to come in, it's Rumpus is wrong in many ways.
All that boring.
Don't get him. But like I said, I don't like mentioning his name, so.
Yeah, it's not worth giving them much credence. But
no.
In saying that, when they do say something, it sparks the conversation up, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the arguments make us stronger because of the discussions that we have afterwards, right? I mean, a lot of the discussions that we have in this server are the discussions where people come in and they can talk about some of the things that they've talked about in other areas, right? And then we're not always live, and when we're not live, we get a chance to go over these other arguments. But as you found, or as we've found, actually talking about these things is really hard work to do with the Globers. Right? You can't actually have the discussion with the Globers, so that after you've had the argument or whatever confusion state the Globers have put in. It's that bit afterwards where we try and work out what's actually gone on. Is the bit where we learn. Where the argument goes on further for us. But the Globers are never around for that. So the next time they come around, they're coming around at that base level again. But we've all learned from that. They haven't. And it's now getting to the point where I don't think we've got much anything else left to learn from them. But we probably do have a lot to teach, help people understand the way that a lot of these arguments are structured, right? And the pitfalls and the different things and knowing the different ways around them. To like I say, we do the let me logic you a magic trick. There's a lot of logic that's around here, particularly in this server, that cuts down on most of the globe arguments. Quite simply. It ends the discussion very quickly. Right, the hand's an expert at finding that bit. And there's multiple different ways and multiple different tactics to approach how to have a discussion with people. And how that discussion goes. And that's what we're here to expose. But we're here to have the discussions. I can't personally see the globe model proponents wanting to engage with us at all very soon. Possibly even already started. Apart from people like Alan and text chat trolls. The people that we've been talking to, adult Globe Earth Discord servers, and all of the individuals on those adult Globe Earth Discord servers, they won't want to come and talk to us very soon because I don't think they can. Which is unfortunate, but they know they say stupid shit. Right, Alan? Oh, it's like we're losing the text chat trolls. Maybe he might be keeping people away, who knows? See you later, Alan. So this the logic and the first principles of logic, which we have to go over and we're recapping from tonight. Let's put them back up again, just so. These are the basic fundamentals of a logical argument or logical thinking or just discussion, thought. The laws of thought, I think Saragaki calls them. I like that. If that is. Basic principles. A is A, the law of identity. Straight line is a straight line. Cannot be something that it is not. Law of non-contradiction. Nothing can both exist and not exist at the same time. It can't be something that it is not, because it's been stated just before. It has an identity. That identity can't be something that it isn't. And then the law of the excluded middle. it either is or it isn't. There's no midpoint where it's a bit unclear whether it is or it isn't, or maybe it's both. It can't be. A statement within logic is either true or false. There is no middle ground with maybes. And when you form your logic around that, you can be right. So I think we have had today, it's about time to talk about him now. We have had today a guy called Beddy, Rumpus's mate, who's been doing a logic thing. He's been giving us some logic exercises, giving us a chance to think about the logic that we put out and what we did. And he came around with a supposedly logical argument or a logical disproof to t-shirt logic. Now that's stated t-shirt logic. I'll put it in the chat. T-shirt logic states, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. Let me see if I've got a horizontal parallel logic. That states, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, P, then all horizontals are parallel to each other, Q. Logical statement, if P, then Q. Followed by the statement, all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. Therefore, all horizontals are parallel to each other. Now that statement is derived from Euclidean. It's got there is Euclidean geometry backing to the statement. But as Beddy said, it depends on the definitions. But you look through the logic, there are only horizontals, parallel, plane, horizon. They're the only 4 words within that need defining, because surely nobody needs if and then are, basic words don't need defining. There's only 4 words within that statement. If all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, P, then all horizontals are parallel to each other. I mean, it's a pretty simple statement. And yet, Beddy, when he came, employed no geometrical reasoning around the statement. He employed wordsmithery, and we'll I think I'll put the video out tomorrow to see what we're going over. And now I don't know whether to go over it or just put it out so we can go over it. What do you reckon? Would you guys want to go over it? Did you all hear it or not? I bet there was quite a few of you that didn't hear it.
I got the end of it.
And what do you reckon? Do you reckon it'd need to go out on its own, or would it be better with commentary, right? Because
I think that's one of those things where it's commentary, because there could be some finer nuances that might be missed if you're just playing the video.
Yeah. I mean, there was commentary all the way through it because we were talking. But it may, you're right, may need going over it because the actual logic and all of that probably won't be. And it's more of a case of spot the fallacy as well, isn't it? Within the logic that he set up.
I mean, I don't know what he did, but I wouldn't call it logic.
Yeah, me too. And it's worth it. I think it's worth going over to expose that.
It's like, I was just thinking about this whole horizontal thing, and I'm like, what's the point of a horizontal? The whole point of it is a standard. And when you make it not a standard, you remove it's the purpose of it.
Yeah. Yeah. But it's like, comes down to the straight line, right? The horizontal is that standard because it is what it is. When you know that the globe model doesn't comport to it in any way, you've got a hard job trying to defend that model.
It's impossible.
And that's why the science works in mysterious ways. I've got Nightbot, but I don't know how to get the Nightbot working. I don't know how to work all of these things. I don't know what I'm doing, to be honest. Yeah, the horizontal argument shouldn't even be an argument, right? Because when you know that on the model, horizontal planes and horizontal lines don't exist. The people that we've had in here over the last few days have made that clear. When we have a discussion about any of this stuff and start talking about it in reality and how it happens, they have to lose the horizontal plane. Now, the very fact horizontal planes exist in reality is enough for you to know that it cannot work on the model as dictated by the people that we talk to. The globe model enthusiasts, the fanatics. They lose the horizontal plane. And they wouldn't do that unless they had to do it.
Yeah, they wouldn't do it unless someone tricked them, right? Into, like, they would never do that, you know, without some kind of preconceived or pre-assumption. Because horizontal has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. In fact, it's the whole reason how we can tell the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, that's the standard, like you say. That's where you start from. That and vertical. They're your two starting points. and you use whichever one you need to at the time.
That's all you need. A
Although-
string, a rock, and a glass of water. That's it.
I would
mean,
say
technically,
the
you only
horizontal
need the.
comes first.
I was gonna say you can make plumb. You can get horizontal off plumb, 90 degrees, right?
Yeah.
You only need the one, because the other will always be 90 degrees to the other, right? So
Exactly.
once you get one, it automatically gives you the other.
Very simple.
Hmm.
And the crater's pretty good, huh?
But I would give you the, if you were building, first off, job one, make it horizontal. Like, make your base
Foundation.
horizontal.
Foundation. Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure all your no corner is higher than the other,
Mm-hmm.
or else you're going to start having some issues. You know, no grading problems.
And then once you've got that horizontal started, then you can build vertically, making sure that those lines are perpendicular to the base, or say perpendicular to the base, but they go up vertically after it's been made horizontal. So they're
or else it'll go up on an
separate-
incline. And
yeah,
you don't
they're
want
two
that.
separate things, but they come together because of the geometric relationship between the two.
I'd definitely go with the horizontals more important as a start than the vertical, because what can you build with just a vertical?
Yeah.
But you can build plenty with a horizontal.
Once again, that's where water comes in.
They're always, the way they work together, right? Because even the horizontal, you got to go up, right? Even a fence, right? Even a fence, you need that vertical, right? So it's, they're all, it works together, right?
How they cannot see
because
that is...
from the.
Go ahead, Spot.
Yeah, sorry. I was just going to say, because the if you're creating a horizontal, then you are creating a vertical because it's in 3 dimensions. Once you apply for me it's building walls. It could be carpentry or whatever, couldn't it? Sorry, I see. Yeah.
Not at all, bro. I was just saying how they don't see it. I just find it like, how can you not see that?
I mean, even traveling, right? Like, you got to go horizontal. Right? How would you get anywhere if you could only go in a circle? Right? You would just be like, oh, fuck, I'm back where I started again. Every time I go out for a walk, I try and go straight out. 15 paces, I'm right back where I started.
Yeah, or they say I can go down, but that doesn't mean elevation change. Or I can go up, but that doesn't mean elevation change. What?
Yeah, it's quite funny when you start looking into that as a description of a word of direction. Like when we say in England, like, oh, I go up north, yeah, but there's nothing up about it.
Yeah.
Unless I'm going, obviously, up in elevation. And we've talked about it before. I've looked and seen where my elevation is I think it's about 70 feet above sea level. And, I won't give away Bev's elevation because you never know. But anyway, so his is a higher elevation than mine. So I will go, if I was to go to his house, and I would be going up. But only because it is an elevation.
Yeah, we do the same thing here. We're going down to the States. We're not going down. Once we hit Maine, there's a whole bunch of mountains there. Like, we're definitely not going down. We're near the sea level here. Yeah.
All of these reference frames are all going to be brought into question and the ideas and the perceptions about what you think they are, why they are.
The other guy with the wall yesterday, remember? The wall
Oh
pushes
my God,
back.
bro.
Oh, man, I can't get over that one.
Yeah,
There's
I
just so
stayed up
much.
for a bit of that.
It's like an
What was that?
encyclopedia of stupid, dude. Oh my God, the wall.
Yeah.
The wall's pushing back, right? Even though the wall's not moving, even though the wall does nothing, it never changes. The harder you push, the harder it pushes, without changing whatsoever.
I think spot on. We've talked about this before. Way back in the day, in the old Twitter days, there was a guy and he explained it to me. And this is like, I'm pretty sure that after hearing that guy talk about it last night, this must be college material or some sort of a thing whenever you're doing physics. Because what they say is, like, imagine you're throwing a ball, right? You throw the ball at the wall, right? Now you impart a force onto the ball. You're just throwing it, right? But within their paradigm of whatever, you put force into the ball. So it gets plus force. That then travels to the wall, right? The ball imparts that force onto the wall. The wall pushes with an equal and opposite reaction back on the ball. And that's what causes the ball to bounce off the wall. It's the wall pushes back.
I vaguely remember that. I must admit, you know, it wasn't something I. But I was like, it was all new to me all this year anyway. You know, like thinking.
last night the guy. Yeah, the last night the guy was on a chair, actually pushing the wall with his hand, and it was the wall that was pushing him that made him go backwards.
Freaking insanity. How
But
many of
that's-
us tried?
Yeah.
I tried. Right the hand, DP. There's no way getting through to him. That wall is pushing back, period.
Oh.
We kept saying, like,
I see.
but you're pushing the wall. And he's like, no, the wall's pushing back.
Yeah.
It's like, no. The wall doesn't. You're pushing the wall.
Oh, I wonder where he got that from.
But it's got to be college,
So
right? I mean, there will be
forces.
people. There'll be people listening
Imaginary
to us
forces,
saying
yeah.
this and going, but that's what we're taught, right? That's what they are taught.
Oh, I don't know, mate.
This
How many
is
people
standard
come up with
fare,
that?
yeah.
You reckon it is?
Yeah, they
I
have
don't-
to.
Guaranteed.
think anyone's
Spot on.
gonna
I
fucking talk that.
promise you, I was having this conversation 2 years ago with them on Jose. Maybe more than 2 years ago. I swear.
Yeah, but how many people?
They even made a joke.
I mean, like,
told them about a shopping cart. They even have a meme of it. Yeah. Yeah, bro. I'm telling you. They believe this with all
the
the
trolleys
like,
pushing
wholeheartedly.
back?
Yeah.
Wow.
Did you catch the part yesterday where he put a spring? He put a spring on what was it, a cart or something? And he's
No, I didn't
saying
catch that.
Oh yeah, DP went in depth with him. I thought DP was gonna, yeah,
Did he keep his cool?
yeah. He kept his cool, yeah. But you know, at the end, it's like, what else can you say to the guy? He thinks a wall pushes back on you.
Oh. Yeah, more imaginary forces, right? Because they would call that a force, would they? Was that what he was doing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
What
wall
was that
force.
called?
It's a wall force. Like if you could
Stationary
store,
force.
yeah, if you could store that energy in the wall, then you could call back on it at any other time, right? The wall push force.
Oh, I see.
If you
Yeah,
could
yeah, 'cause
save
every
it,
time you push on it, it pushes back, right?
yeah,
So it's,
yeah,
it's a constant.
yeah. If you could store that push energy in the wall,
Yeah.
and then use it at a later date.
I'm trying to tell them, like your hand, right? When it goes against the wall is not pushing your hand. The wall is preventing your hand from going any further.
The wall is
Like, how
harder
more
than
simpler?
your hand.
Yeah.
Heavier than your hand.
Yeah.
Mm. Wow.
No, it's
Big
pushing
part of the
back. You don't understand.
big part of the magic trick is to first get all objects to move by a force, and then you can have gravity become a force to move the things, right? Well, how did it fall? It must be a force. That must be gravity. It's just very, it's childish, really, when you think about it.
Without going into that, but what was the other one? Where they talked about something like spinning, like a fairground ride where the floor drops away. And that force is
The
pushing you out, yeah?
gravitron. That was the equal and opposite wall force again on the outside.
Yeah. Yeah. So if you want to explain that to anyone that hasn't heard that, Bev, it's worth mentioning, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we've got a video where Rumpus goes over that very thing, the gravitron, and it seemed ridiculous at the time, but
it was Rumpus, and everyone was telling us how clever he was.
Well, it was obviously the scientific answer, right? Like the guy with the wall pushing back again. It's the equal and opposite force being applied, which cancelled stuff out. I mean, it's crazy, the idea that
Somebody told them and they believed it. And
Yeah, just cancel it out. It's like, carrying the one in math. You just go cancel it out. Like, I slapped you in the face, you slapped me. They cancel each other out. It's like nothing happened.
An eye for an eye.
That's funny you say that, because I wanted to make this joke yesterday, but I go, nah, let me not. You know when he was saying the wall pushes back? I was so tempted to tell him, okay, so you tell me now equal and opposite reaction, right? You push, it pushes back, right? Right. How about if you slap the wall? Does it slap you back?
But like you say, I mean, mate, does he think that's I know where he got that from, the boomerang. When it comes back, he's like, see?
There it is.
Yeah, we got to have a boomerang, right? Like you give him like information, and he just comes right back to the model, right?
Boomer slang, yeah. About the other guy with the sun. The sun is below 30,000 feet. That's how he opens his argument.
Yeah.
Only possible on a ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you ever been up? I did go looking at some images of sunrises from the highest mountains, and I mean the sun rises lower than the mountain, than eye level. Funny enough.
Yeah.
Weird, that, isn't it? Cheers, Globe.
No, I was going to say, you know what that means.
The sun's below the height of the mountain. I mean, I bet Yelp Mountain was less than 30,000 feet, wasn't it? It's really
That's
interesting.
globometry.
Yeah. We go over the imaginometry soon. And see the enjoyment and the ridiculousness that has to be employed within the globe model and the globe model argument. See whether people start using any of the imaginometry axioms, definitions and postulates.
Well, of course, he was telling me that a non-physical objects can exist, right? Like you can have a not apple that can exist. It's just they're not thinking when they speak, and that's the big problem. They're just saying these things. Like when FTFE was just screaming straight is curved. Like, slow down, bro. You're on live, right? Like you're out there. You need to watch what you say a little bit.
Well, he led the way, right? And that first meeting with him when he said straight is curved, so openly and blatantly, he was ahead of his time because they're all saying it now.
Well, no, I feel like nobody was that stupid, that obvious, right?
Yeah.
Like they would always be like, it's not that a straight is curved, it's that rectilinear on a geoid, right? Like, but he was just like, fuck it, we're doing it, we're going there. And it's opened the door. Now we got radiuses of a square, we got up is down, all right? Like there's the gate is open, nobody cares anymore. They're like, wait a minute, he just sat there and preached straight is curved. And he still gets 800 viewers.
Yeah.
Fuck, I can whatever. It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
He destroyed Bev with his thinking that straight lines were straight. Fucking hell.
Yeah, and with someone else's website.
Yeah.
Just like referring everyone to the website again. Isn't
Yeah.
it? I'm not even going to mention the fucking website.
Fucking, I'll mention it. I'm on there. MC Tune, go to Write the Hand. He's got a section.
Merc. It's not MC.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is it MC or Merc? I can't remember.
Oh, whatever. Fucking Mickey Tunes. Mick Tunes. Yeah, go get, forget all the other stuff, but there is a RTH section, so go check that out.
But watch out.
You've got your whole library.
Yeah.
Use a VPN.
Use your VPN because he'll be after your IP, tracking you.
I wish I could sponsor a VPN for my section of his website. That'd be pretty cool. You click in and be like, "Yeah, Write the Hand section is brought to you by NordVPN." Fuck off, Mactoon.
Yeah. Yeah, the argument, like we've said, we've offered them the proof for proof challenge, and nobody as yet has even considered taking us up on it.
Well, I mean, a couple people said they would, but Rumpus didn't. What was somebody was on a couple nights ago who said he'd go proof for proof.
On here?
A lot of them say it.
Yeah, maybe. I don't think it was
Sure, he didn't type it.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe I'm just dreaming here. Maybe.
Yeah.
We lost all of the. Yeah, we lost all of the text trolls in Discord quite a bit ago.
Oh, what a shame.
Yeah. I think that they're going to be calling them off for all of this stuff. Just in order for us to give the argument away. But The people that we're dealing with already know the argument that we can come with. That's why they don't want to come and talk. So we're going to have to move out. Now, whether these people will allow us to go anywhere without sending all of their little trolls shouting behind us, he's a flat earther. He's a flat earther. Because they do. They have their loads of those.
They got to set the table, right? They got to set the table before we sit down and have a thing. So if they ever get in trouble, they can just be like, "Wait, aren't you a flat earther?" That's yeah. I'm not going to answer that question. I don't debate flat earthers. You've been debating me for an hour and a half. Yeah, but that's it. That was before I knew that you were stupid. Like, you didn't know I was stupid by talking to me for an hour and a half?
Like the thing that, they're going to do I don't talk to flat earthers about geometry. You don't know anything about geometry. Yeah. No, we're just talking about reality. We've done that before.
You're a level horizontal area. That's where it is at the minute, isn't it? That you can't. Can you imagine someone just in their lives just mentioning it to them and then reacting the way they do to just some guy who's putting a fence up at the back or something?
Yeah. Yeah, well, the level, it is horizontal, isn't it? Well, locally, you mean that colloquially, right?
You better not be planning on taking that horizontal fence past local. Damn you.
You flat earther.
Oh, no. Oh, it's definitely... Oh, look, love. Yeah, it's definitely curved. Look. They've done a lovely job of that.
Look at it from here. Look at it from here. It's like, I'm looking at it from here like you would do with a pill cue or a piece of wood, a lumber down at the lumber yard, and it looks straight. Is that right? I'm not so sure. Isn't it meant to be curved?
Yeah, the fencer's like got his nipple. He's like, don't fucking matter, mate, if it's 10 mil high. He don't give a shit. He can be 20 mil high. Make sure they're low down the end, though.
The globe, like, you've done like a spot-on job, right? You've done the straightest fucking fence you've ever fucking laid, and you put it in the glober's house, and he's looking at it. It's like, I'm looking at this from all angles, right? Where's the curve? It's like, what are you doing? Put it straight. I said I wanted it level. If I stand here, Jesse Kozlowski showed me, there should be a curve when I look at it from here.
Here, love, get on your knees. Well, it looks straight, but what happens if we give the fence pictures to Walter?
Do we ever use? Oh, I mean, it's a stupid effort question, but notice how in application mechanically, right? If you're doing anything in reality, level is horizontal, right? But if you move outside of that, right? Outside of practical or all of that, right? In terms of now you're getting into it's no use, it's just mental. That's when level curves.
Yeah, or when it's out of distance, like over there, right? It's fine for it to curve over there, not locally, right? That not local area.
Yeah.
Where you can't
never
see it.
Here.
Yeah. Well, here, yeah, it'd have to be perpendicular here.
I mean, even in construction, even over there, right? I don't care what George says. I don't care what any of them say, right? Like, nobody's using an auto level at those distances, right? Because parking lots that are like, a quarter of a mile long. There's huge parking lots in frickin' the city and places. Or you're telling me they're gonna be on a curve? They're gonna be on a bend? You're gonna have grades? How are you gonna grade up to the second floor while you're going down on a? It's just ridiculous, man.
I've got the synonyms here for level.
And 45 citations.
Well, no, it says, for practical purposes, level and horizontal are identical. Though level.
Oh yes, yeah. I remember reading this. Yeah, practical, and which is in practice.
Yeah. Like
does it
in
say
reality.
locally at the bottom?
It just says they're identical for practical purposes. Like, so for actually using them, they are identical, not just similar.
All right, cherry picking.
Yeah. Well, I'd say that they'd struggle putting that in if that wasn't a truthful statement. Like, for practical purposes, they are identical. But for scientific purposes, they can't be. Right? In reality, for geometric purposes, they are identical.
Yeah.
But for scientific purposes...
model purposes.
They can't be.
Mm.
So as most of this is going to come down to, it's personal preference. That's why we said the proof thing is personal. Because there's only you that you're going to be able to trust and put this on. And we all know what the Globers are going to say. They're going to say, well, that's not a proof for me. I'm never going to have that, right? That's not a proof. How can that be proof? Can't be. It's a globe. So they're never going to have it as a proof. They're never going to do the work to get the proof either. And they're never going to have a proof to the contrary either. As explained by Bebby in the other one. So I think we might go over that tomorrow. Do a short live stream tomorrow where we just go over that. So Bebby, if you want to listen to this back, we'll be doing it tomorrow sometime. Yeah, I think that once this logic starts filtering down, providing people can take it on for what logic is and not try and believe it's some sort of a mathematical thing that can't be understood. Because at first, it like my missus was, I don't know. Logic, it sounds fucking complicated. It sounds like it's a mathematical thing. Like geometry sounds amazingly difficult at first. But when it gets broke down into those simple straight line circles and basic logic...
I think people think, like, when they think complicated or math or just math in general, right? I think most people go to, like, algebra, and algebraic equations that, oh man, they got to do all this stuff. Math is not, bro. Like, it's I was really good at math Well, basically up until like where you had to like do all that bullshit, right? Like at its purest form.
Exactly.
Yeah, at the base form, math is just so like it is. 2 is 2 is 4 is 6. It is. And if you know what it is, then you know it. I used to get the only tests I ever got hundreds on was math. The only thing I could ever do perfect was math. English, horrible.
Yeah. Me and my mate were like the top 2 in our class of, we used to get that 12 and 12 grid with the timetables. It was basically a race between me and him to get it done. And he always sort of I'm pretty sure he always beat me by pit me. But yeah, when it came to geometry, I didn't do it at school. I mean, like you say, it's just my connection I had in my own mind, even still a couple of years, 2 or 3 years ago. I still thought it was like algebraic letters, and I just didn't know what this geometry was. Seriously, I mean, like, don't know, can't explain it. Can't explain. Was it just my lack of interest? Was it? I mean, I can't see how no one had ever even mentioned it to me. No one mentioned geometry to me in my whole life since when I left school, and I'm obviously in the wrong circles, but I just don't see how you can go through life without mentioning it.
I don't think anybody does. Like, it's only because Fight the Flat Earth said that to me that I ever bothered looking into the geometry, right? He was the one that said to me, non-Euclidean geometry. Do you not know non-Euclidean geometry? And I'm like, what do you mean straight lines fucking curve? What's that mean? Stunned. I couldn't believe that anybody would say that, let alone in a debate about a straight line and level. He went to
see, I was stumped on that.
Straight
I was
lines.
completely stumped on it.
Yeah,
it would have been enough. That non-Euclidean was enough for me at that time. It was enough to
confuse
make me question. Yeah, totally. Yeah. Well, I just didn't know what Euclidean was.
Yeah.
So how the hell? Why can it not be Euclidean when?
Yeah, he didn't even know what Euclidean was.
Geometry.
He said it's non.
Yeah. Well, any geometry I just thought was just fucking lines and letters, and numbers, and wow, how refreshing it is. Sorry if I'm making a few noises.
We've got Stone Monkey's obviously got his calculator out. Do you want me to read this for you? If you took a perfectly straight line between the end points of a 32-foot fence following the curve, the middle of the fence would be 77 millionths of an inch higher than the line.
Oh, in a 32-foot fence?
Yeah, 77 millionths of an inch higher than the line.
I'll have to check that.
Do you know, well, that's 32 foot.
Mm.
Do you know that there are tools that can measure a 50 millionth of an inch? So according to that, they'd be able to measure that.
Yeah.
Horizontal plane as well, so the fence being 77 millionths of an inch higher. Stone Monkey,
higher.
Have you ever worked with any joiners putting fences up? Do they spot on? When was the last time you worked with a joiner with a fence that worked to a 77 millionth of an inch?
Well, I mean, if it was that high in the middle,
quality,
he'd probably be happy with that. I mean,
I think he'd be able to just give it a knock with his hammer, sort that out.
Yeah, but that's not even a tap.
Yeah.
Is it? That's like a semi-tap.
You just wave it over it. You just wave the hammer over it.
And 32 feet is, I'm not saying, what is that? Yeah.
32.
Like 10 meters.
Meters, I'm thinking. Yeah, 10
Yeah.
meters. Yeah. So 10 meters.
10 meters of fencing, yeah. But I mean, would that? It could be rounded a square, couldn't it?
I got to do a 75-meter stretch of fencing soon, which I'm looking forward to.
Well, that'd be nice.
Do you know what I'm going to use?
The water level out, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
that would be nice.
how are we going to do that? I mean,
that'd
like,
be
well,
easy. That. What's this?
Yeah, I'll have to fold my water level up into quarters. Well, fifths even.
Yeah. That'll be a piece of piss with the water level, that.
Yeah.
Doing the posts and then all of the other stuff, yeah.
Looking forward to it.
Yeah.
You know? Yeah.
It's nice to know that he's gone for the hump in the middle.
Gone higher in the middle as well.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, he's not gone level. He's definitely ain't got a drop, has he?
You can't have a drop. It's a fence. It's level, isn't it? From one end to
It's
the
going,
other.
And it's going higher though, isn't it?
It's
obviously in the middle.
Developed a bit in
There's
the middle.
definitely no
yeah.
drop.
There's a hump. It can't drop and hump at the same time, can it? You can't have a drump, a hop, a hump.
There's a few people that probably could. Hump and drop.
Double drop humpist.
No, I don't. Whenever
Hump
they
and double
go
drop.
for the drop, whenever they go for the hump, first off, they are definitely not thinking about the double drop.
No.
Right? In order for you to do that, you would have to
You're both on the top, aren't
explain.
you? Sorry,
you
Dad.
have to explain the one drop from each end first, and then the paradox hits in. That's where they put the hump in the middle. So for Stone Monkey to
the little point in the
automatically
middle almost
think
as well,
about
it's 'cause
the
it's
hump. Hey, go on.
No, sorry, Bev. Okay. Is it stoned monkey or stone monkey?
Stone.
I can't see.
Stone Monkey.
Monkey. Yeah, maybe.
Higher than the line. Is that line sloping downwards, Stone Monkey? Because that was sort of the thing. I mean, if it's sloping down, then I can understand you thinking that there's a hump in it. But it's a bit deceitful by saying there's just a hump and not mentioning if you've got it sloping down as well.
Well, what I'd say is if he's building a fence, how did he, did he string a line? How, what technique did he use?
The
That's what I
line
think.
between the end points isn't level now.
Oh, he's changing.
Well,
is he?
I don't know. I'll have to have a look at what he put first.
If you were that little bit high, that what was it, a fucking thousandth of or whatever, then it could be the line was slack.
Yeah, see what he's wrote is, if you took a perfectly straight line between the end points of the fence following the curve, the middle of the fence. See, he says following the curve. It doesn't say level. He's just saying that he's got a curve already in the fence. Because he's not said the fence is level. he just says, if you took a perfectly straight line between the endpoints of a 32-foot fence following the curve. So the fence is following the curve. Then there's a hump in it. He does say it's not level as well. He said the line...
Yeah. I wouldn't have him doing my fencing. Not if he's going to be that much out. If you mention curve or hump when putting a 10-metre fence in, then you're a fucking bodger.
It's only 77 millionths of an inch. I mean, it's like, are you all right with that? Like, you say you want your 10-foot fence level? Well, are you aware there's a 77 millionths of an inch hump in the middle? Are you okay with that? Or do you want it horizontal?
Perhaps I'll have to start putting that in the contract.
Yeah.
Won't I? Whenever I'm building walls now, 10 metres.
Say, please be aware,
77 million.
I am building this wall horizontal. Don't be confused by the globe level, right? I do not want you coming back to me saying that it wasn't built level, like the globe level. I'm using a horizontal from now on. Due to people that I've talked to on Discord, I'm having to write this into the contract.
Well, it's not just that either, though, is it? It's the fence is level, and then they just go and do the math anyway, which gives it that, So, it is level. I hope you're happy with it, the fence there. And if you want to do your maths on it, you'll find out that there is a 1 million or 77 millionth of an inch in the middle.
Yeah. You won't be able to measure it, but anytime you want to do the calculations, that's fine by us. Off you go.
Good evening.
Who's that?
Hello.
Hey, Bev.
Hi. Hey, Skeptic.
Hey,
All right.
how are you?
All good.
Yeah.
Right, what time is it? Oh, it's 12:15,
Yeah.
right.
Bedtime for me.
I'm going to shut this down for tonight. Thank you very much. Oh, wait a minute. George is saying... Oh, here we go. Just before I shut it down. George says, beware. You are entering the land of the geometry conflicted and physics afflicted. Well, I'm not too sure about the conflict within geometry, because Euclidean geometry is the only geometry we are going to be using. So there's no conflict there at all.
No conflict, no.
No, absolutely not. So, nice try, George. But
if you've got a conflict with it, then maybe you want to, send a paper in because you may become famous.
And physics afflicted. We're afflicted by physics.
Oh. Well, because he thinks water curves.
I don't know, like physics afflicted. I really don't understand what that means.
Bev.
Yeah.
Has Baby provided his practical demonstration to refute?
Well, I wouldn't say practically. He did come in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we'll be going over it tomorrow. It's a bit late
All
now.
right. Okay.
Yeah, you're gonna have to have a look over it and scratch your head and wonder what he did. I mean, we'll try and go over it as good as possible.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe we need to go over the board tomorrow. When we go over it, I don't know. I'm gonna have to have a little bit of a think about how to represent Betty's program or whatever. We'll go over it tomorrow anyway. Anybody wants to come in the Discord? I'm gonna put the link in there, but I'm gonna be shutting it off for tonight, and we'll probably come back for a short one tomorrow. Go on. What was that?
That's what I was going to say. Who's One Big Pond? I've just noticed. Not seen that name before. Is it someone we know with a different name?
I don't know.
Yeah. Anyway. Have a good evening, everyone.
Yeah. Thanks for joining, everybody. I'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks for watching.